I gotta run the vacuum, so you're gonna go in the kitchen. Go in the kitchen. Come on, over here. In here. Come on. Come on. Come here. Good boy. Treat for you. All right, go lay down. Go lay down. Literally, I'm so pissed right now. Fucking so pissed. Stay. Wait. Stay. Stay. Go back. Go lay down. Go lay down. Are you fucking shitting me right now? One more fucking thing falls. I might scream. Here, go. I swear to God, dude. I'm like so close to snapping. I'm vibrating with rage. I changed the cat litter this morning. Like all the cat litter. So, you know, I had like a garbage bag full of cat litter. Yeah. I was carrying it down the stairs. Yeah. You know what my cat did? She reached up and stretched right on the fucking garbage bag. Yeah. While I was walking down the stairs. So... cleaned up as much as I could. Vacuum one part of the floor. What the fuck? God. What the fuck is that? Good girl. Good girl. You are such a good girl. Holy fuck, dude. I thought I saw mouse poop yesterday. And I was like, there's no fucking way there's mouse poop in this fucking house. There's no way. I leave food out. There's no way. There's no way. I would see mouse poop. I would see nibbles. There would be disturbances in the force. Yesterday, I saw a disturbance in the force. Yesterday, I thought to myself, damn, that'd be crazy if there was fucking mice here, right? There can't be. There's no way. I haven't heard mice. She didn't tell me there were mice. She's never seen mice that I know of. I just texted that to my landlord just now. I just texted that to my landlord. I thought I was done with this shit.
Oh, go.
Good girl, Money. Good girl. It's still fresh. It's bendy. That's why she's all fucking fired up this morning. She was biting my ass. Did you get it? Good job, Mama. Good job. You got it. She's smelling it. You got it. This is not the same kind of mice that I'm used to. This is different. This is a fucking rat. This might be a baby rat. No. No, Money, you can't have it. It's stinky. Oh my fucking God. Money, get out of the way. God grant me the serenity. I was already on the edge. I was already about to fucking snap this morning. I was already on the edge. I need to drink water.
I was already on the edge.
I need to wash my hands. Oh, I'm so glad I have a fucking sink. Come here, Money. You want to go in the garage? Come here. Want to go in the garage? Come here. Good girl. Good girl. She went right in the garage. I found these. I want to look at these when I'm done vacuuming. I think those are the butterflies or the hummingbirds. I gotta see if they have backs on them. If they have backs on them, maybe I could hang them up. Damn. I wonder if I have those sticky things. Let me finish vacuuming before I get too sidetracked. Oh my God, I cannot fucking believe that I just found fucking random. I'm being tested today. God is testing me. I'm not sure why. Haven't figured that part out yet. But I am, for sure, being tested. My sanity, my patience, my self-control. I'm being tested. And I'm not looking forward to what's coming up. What is this frustration preparing me for? going to go to Goodwill today and see, or St. Denny's or something like that, and see if I can find some furniture. If I could find like a couple of shelves, like bookshelves. I'd like to get 2 bookshelves at least. I want to get 2 bookshelves, and then I would like to put something there, but I don't want to fuck up the wainscoting, so I need furniture. I need shelves. I can't believe I never got myself water. My phone isn't charging, that's why it's doing that. Yes, wearing the vacuum. It's a backpack. Who are you gonna call? Ghost Heather! When there's mouse activity under your bed, who are you gonna call? House cleaner! Oh, I smelled it. It was definitely a day old, that mouse. I am so glad that I fucking caught it before it made my house stink. Oh my god, my laundry. I need to get a fucking clothes hamper. Alright, we're about to find out if this works. I ain't free to do gold. Oh, I think I put too much in here. We're gonna have to go get clothesline, or clothespins. Okay, you know what? Let me just re-wash this load so that I don't have to stress out about whether it's gonna smell. And that'll give me like 30 minutes to go get clothespins and run to Goodwill real quick. Let's give us a refresh. All right. Are you here? Yeah, okay. All right. Let's run to the store. Good morning, my love. I love it when people use my own phrases back at me. Okay, so I need my keys and I need some money. Should probably bring like $100 with me just in case I find some furniture that I like. Get rid of this 50. Lots of ones. Oh, is the Goodwill? Yeah. Oh, wait. Is anything open? It's 8:30 in the morning. Be right back. I live in a small town. Nothing opens until 10. Well, the dollar store opens at 9, so we'll go there. Where's my dog? Come on, dog! I guess I'll just get dressed or something. Come on, dog! Does he want a treat? Does he like a boy and he comes easy? He comes when he's called. Okay, man. That face looked rat-like. Looked like a baby rat. I'm not living in a house with a rat, dude. Where the fuck did this mouse come from? My cat would just destroy the house trying to catch a mouse. I was thinking if there's any other rodents or anything like that, I could leave bait. Like if I leave some bread on the counter and just like wait for the mouse to start eating it and then my cat would catch them. What do you want, buddy? Oh. Hi. He's a good boy. How's it feel not living with a neck prison on? You don't have to have a neck prison on. No collar. What a fancy boy. What a fancy boy. Huh? You need to get brushed and bathed. I ordered a hose. You're going to be getting a bath soon. The hose is coming in the mail right now. Yes, it is. And then you're getting a bath. I gotta figure out some way to stop him from being able to touch the dirt in the yard. Yes, he is. He's a good boy. He is good boy, Trees. Let's see you want some cheese. Let's see what he does here. Let's watch him. Watch his reaction. The cheese, Tex. The cheese, Tex. The cheese, Tex. The cheese, Tex. Where's the cheese? Where is it? Oh, you gotta pay the cheese tax. When the cheese comes out, there's pups comes looking. The roos are the roos and the facts are the facts. And when the cheese comes out, you gotta pay the tax. The cheese tax. The cheese tax. Hi. You want a piece of cheese too? You have to come up here because he'll get it if you don't. She wanted the cheese tax too. Dude, Nando, get out of here with that shit. Oh. That's why. Oh, did I show you guys what I made? Y'all. Yeah, you say that every single time. I believed you the first time. I wiped my camera, and then you tried to get me to wipe it with my shirt. It's very clear what you're up to. Anyways, look what I made. They're homemade truffles. It's chocolate candy. It looks like turds, but that's what truffles look like. They look exactly like wild truffles. Like these are the most delicious chocolate candies ever. They are so fucking good. I don't want to eat one right now because I don't want to whet my appetite with chocolate. That's a big cup. All right. I got my jewel. I got my cash. Where's my purse? in the drawer. Okay. Oh, I should put these on. Camera is working. Oh my God, I'm so happy. So for the first time since I left my own property that I own, I was able, I should charge my phone for a few minutes. For the first time since I moved off my property, so the first time in 2 years, I have both of my security cameras. I have the dual camera and I have the other one. And the dual one is just sitting there right now. I should actually put that outside. I'm gonna put the dual one outside on the fence so that I can then keep an eye on Elliot when he plays, and like watch the other side of my truck and the like part of where the neighbor's yard is. Oh, that's pretty exciting. Pretty fucking excited. It's just a really weird kink, Nando. It's a new one for me. It's a new one for me. Oh yeah, I forgot there's fucking remotes to these air conditioning units. I've been like leaning up to turn them on this whole time. I'm gonna put this shit in the window. Yeah, you guys see my cool bed? I'll hang my towel up in the bathroom. Look at that. With the light. Well, Del Boy, who's obviously a 65-year-old man who lives alone with his dog or hates his wife and only hangs out with his dog. These tattoos help me to weed out the wheat from the chaff. Because people who fucking suck literally can't help themselves but say something about my tattoos. And now I won't make the mistake of thinking you're just a nice old man and allowing you to trick me. Now I know who you are. Now I have you pegged. And so I know not to waste my time giving a flying fuck about what you think. That's kind of how it works. And it's literally like foolproof. It's foolproof. It's crazy. It's 100% accurate. And obviously, I can tell the difference between a genuine question out of curiosity or, you know, an asshole. Thankfully, with people like you, it doesn't take very much discernment. I gotta let my phone charge, so I'm just gonna stand here and fuck off for a few minutes. Maybe stare into space and reset my nervous system a little bit. I don't know. Sorry, I just had to text. I had to text my landlord just now about the mouse. So. I had that when I was born. I had a stork's mark or something like that on the back of my neck. And come to find out that if you have the stork bite and you have the dimple in your butt crack, like right at the very top of your butt crack, not like it could be a pronounced dimple, but it's just kind of like a cheek dimple, like just a little indentation just at the very top of the butt crack, or the blue sugar vein that runs through the forehead. If a baby is born with those, it's likely that they have the MTHFR gene mutation, which is a very common autistic trait. So if your baby was born with any of those things, they might have a touch of autism. Also, the MTHFR gene mutation is it's folate, folate related. It has to do with how your body processes folate. And so you have to be very mindful if you have the MTHFR gene mutation that you take, if you supplement with folate, you have to do it with the right kind of folate. Otherwise, it will just, because your body doesn't break the folate down, and then the excess folate will build up in your system, and it can cause all kinds of like autoimmune like symptoms. That's okay, Erica. I had to text my landlord for a second, so I disappeared. Yeah, and the people like that in the chat, they tend to like leave very quickly. These are people who that man probably didn't even stay in the live stream after he commented that. It's like they use live streamers as a place to just dump just all kinds of shit on, and then they literally they don't care at all. They're just commenting, swipe. So like, why do I care what someone's impulsive like comment, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like profound, it's not like a profound moment of inspiration or anything, you know what I mean? You having fun? Okay, bye. I can't do the ironing right now. I also have to make some spaghetti, some homemade pasta for the men in my life. But right now I need to go buy furniture because I can't fucking live like this anymore. My living room as the catch-all. So I want to go get 2 bookshelves. I want to put one bookshelf right there, and I want to put one right there. Why is my video... Oh, my video is suitable for all advertisers. Okay, I was going to say. I hate it when YouTube emails me. Yeah, he's fine. He's a floor ornament. Okay, we can go now. Wait, no, we can't. My phone's not charged. Yes, we can! My phone has a charger! It has 100%. Section 8. Oh my God, I wish I knew how to do that. Do you know that I was going to try and apply for HUD or whatever, that Section 8 housing stuff? And do you know the wait list is like 36 months or something like that? It's like 4 years. The wait list is like 4 years. So I just never did it because I was like, fuck it. Like instead of going on HUD or Section 8, I just lived in a bus for 5 years. I saved money. And I worked my ass off. I built up my business. And after a year of building up my business, I'm finally at a place with my business that I can afford to rent a fucking house. It took a lot of sacrifice and a lot of hard work and a lot of struggle and stress and going without. I'm not one of those handout kind of people. I wish I was sometimes. Because it sure would be nice. And FYI, if you are on Section 8 or HUD, good for you. Because those government programs exist. And if you don't take the money, no one will. You know what I mean? So I fully support people who sign up for government programs. That being said, I think that it is taken advantage of. There are a lot of people out there who just don't feel like doing anything but what they want to do. And they only ever do nothing. Useless feeders and breeders. But you are literally a parent doing anything on your own, paying bills. You have no idea, but if you want to have an idea of the back-breaking work that I've done, you're welcome to scroll through my live stream, my collection of live streams on this channel, because I live stream my job all the time. I weed eat, I work outside, I do man work. Good morning, sunshine. The earth says hello. No future above us. Something below. Good morning, starshine. La 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 la. Ooh, there's plants. Someone's leaving free pots. Someone got the good one though. I was really wanting that one. Dang, I wonder if my neighbors would be interested in doing a neighborhood free pile. Like, if we have like stuff we don't want, instead of putting it to the curb, bring it to the neighborhood free pile. And then if nobody wants it, then the person who brought it there is responsible for taking it out. It just sucks because there are lazy fucking people who ruin it for everyone else because they just don't do the teamwork. They don't follow through with what they say. That's the hardest part. That is the hardest part of being a fucking adult, is other adults who do not meet your level of motivation and gumption. Man, if everybody had the amount of motivation that I have, or like the willingness to do the hard thing, this world would be such a like. But that's why it's important for me to live stream. I think it's important for you guys to have exposure to personalities like mine, that I'm literally, I suffered for 5 years in the middle of the woods, no electricity, no running water, had to fetch my own water, I had to generate my own electricity, and then more recently, still not having any fucking kitchen or bathroom or anything like that, having to use a porta potty and having to take a bath outside in a bathtub. It was a really nice bathtub though. I did love my outdoor bathtub. Can't lie about that. But still, like, instead of wanting freebies handed out to you and taking advantage of other people, if oh no, did I leave my money? No. If people were willing to work hard and do shit because it's the right thing to do, this world would be such a better place. Don't lock your keys in the car. Good morning, starshine. Yeah, Nunya, that is, but so the thing is that there's already Facebook groups and stuff like that, you know, and people in the Facebook group are kind of spread out. It's not actually people just in my neighborhood, you know. So yeah, like just our neighborhood chat would be pretty good, but it would have to be something on Facebook, and then there'd have to be managers, and you know, then you'd have to accept admin responsibilities. And I don't know if you've ever admin a Facebook group before. I created a Facebook group called Smokerinos, and it got like a lot of people in it. And then I also started one called Treasure Coast Mommies, and that one ended up, I think there was like 30 or 40,000 people in it at its height when it was, I don't know, I passed over ownership to someone else later on down the line, but that shit, I wouldn't wish that on my enemy. I need to pump my gas, I forgot. Oh, is it the baby possums? You still have the baby possums? There's another. How is it that they're the same babies? Well, no, they definitely should not be in your house. You should get a live trap and try to trap the mom. Obviously, what you need to find is how the fuck they're getting in from outside. You need to figure out how they're getting in. You think listen, Gio, your brain, I need it real quick. Do you think that because I'm gonna, you know, I'm getting clothespins right now from the dollar store, and I am going to, I hooked up, I don't know if you saw, but I hooked up a retractable laundry thingy in the dining room, and I'm gonna hang my clothes in there to dry, because it's a longer space. It was a little bit more open than the laundry room itself. So I'm gonna move the dehumidifier out, and I'm gonna put the dehumidifier like right underneath where the clothes are. Do you think that if I put a dryer sheet on the outward blowing air and I set it right underneath, do you think that would I mean, not only would it scent my house, which would be nice, but it would also possibly put that scent into the clothing, so that I could win both ways. I could have air dry clothes, which smell better because you don't overheat them and it doesn't scorch out the scent molecules. And two, it would smell still like dryer sheets, which I love. Because this is Oregon and it rains and shit, and I will forget my clothes. And I also want to be able to hang them in, I want to be able to hang it up when it is raining outside too. So, 2 reasons. I have another clothesline for the outside, but I don't know if I have a space long enough. I was thinking about getting one of those things that you just put in the yard, you know, the ones that just that you put, they're like a pole, and then it has like metal and shit coming out, and it has the like the line on it already. But believe it or not, those things are kind of fucking expensive. Other thing that I want to look for at Goodwill or St. Vincent's, depending on which one they have in this town, I'm not sure. But I want to go to one of those so that I'm like, ooh, what? Oh, I gotta take Elliot over here. Anyway, so I'm not willing to spend that kind of money on a air drying thing, but if I could find like for $50 clothes dryer, I think I might buy it. If it's $50 though. I'm like, don't really want to spend anything more than that. It'll make your house smell. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I still have this shit in my fucking truck. Where's the door? How do I get in this place? Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Do you have clothespins?
Clothespins, yes. I'm kind of clean out.
I feel like they might be in this one.
Right in there with the hangers and stuff on the left.
There's hangers here too?
Yes.
Clothespins. I'll get two just in case. I'll get a little plastic container to put them in. All right. Okay, that's more like what I'm talking about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 hangers for $1. I could do at least a few. I should probably go get a basket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, $7. And then I'll get an organizing container. Ooh. Don't look at the home decor items. I do need a new frame. I need a new frame for that thing that broke yesterday, but I actually have to take it to a professional framer, I think. Stop looking at the home decor items. Get out of this aisle. Plastic organization. Plastic organizing things. Plastic organizing things. Tupperware. Oh, those are nice. Little cotton baskets. Not nice enough for $5 though. Oh, perfect. Okay. Something big enough to hold extra hangers and clothespins. Could use one of these stackable drawers. Clothespins. Maybe. No, it's not wide enough. Not wide enough. Perfectly wide enough. Okay. Collapsible basket. Do they have soil here? Oh no. I don't need no cart. My spatial awareness is rather low today. I was wondering why I was getting so frustrated this morning. And I think I'm just like clumsy today or something. Walk to my car like a good girl. So I think that's what's my deal. I think that's why I feel like I'm being tested so hard, because I'm a fucking klutz. Alright, I got soil now. I've been needing soil so that I can redo my Monstera plant. I want to repot that Monstera that I was gifted. It's like desperately in need of a repotting. It has so many nodes on it, like that could be separated. I could probably get 12 plants out of that Monstera. And 4 of them would have leaves on it. So it wouldn't even be like I'd be taking it down all the way. It has air roots on it that are like 2 feet long. I accidentally cut one of the air roots before I realized what it was, like an idiot. Really? Well, now we know why your fucking window is smashed like that. Because you fucking park so goddamn close to everybody. The fact that I have a goatee, I'm a 42-year-old woman, American woman, with all the garbage that they put in every element that we are exposed to, such as our food, our water, products like lotions and shampoos and makeups and shit like that. Everything that we apply to our skin, everything that we breathe, everything we soak ourselves in or eat, whatever, it's laced with hormonal things that fuck with your hormones. So if I make it out of this world and all I have is some facial hair, I consider that to be a win, okay? I'm not suffering from an autoimmune disease that's ravaging my body. I'm not disabled. I'm not, my mental faculties are all right. You know what I mean? Like, I consider the fact that, and I mean, I'm not embarrassed about it at all. Like, I pluck my chin hair right here on camera. Give a shit. Please, men, do not find me attractive. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be found attractive by men because I don't want sexual advances. So if me just existing makes men go, good. Bro, just be patient and wait for the old lady to cross the street. God, so impatient. It's like a little old lady with a fucking bent back going across the street, and this guy is like she's gonna move faster because you're inching closer. Fucking loser. I hate people who are disrespectful to old people. It's like driving behind somebody who's got like an old pickup truck, and like you expect them to go 80? Are you stupid? I need to go to the Goodwill. I'm gonna have to go back out. I don't want to go back out. I'm gonna leave. I gotta get everything I need to get done. I really should go back and get some of those
appears to be the same footage. However, on this particular version, there were no circles or blurs that had been.
I am so notorious for that.
Video.
About zooming in and zooming
God
out.
damn it.
No, there was no zooming.
Does it appear
So
to be
the state's witness is on right now for the Charlie Kirk trial or the Tyler Robinson trial. The guy is literally saying, it's state's witness, and the guy is literally saying that they are having to admit that the evidence has been doctored. They say, oh, well, the only thing that has been changed with this image is zooming and some red highlights or whatever. But they have to say that because they have to lay a foundation for the fact that the video footage that we have seen as the public has been doctored. And they are literally using doctored. They thought Tyler Robinson was going to be, they thought it was going to be just like the Butler situation. They were going to, and the guy who, did you hear about the guy who was found in a bathroom at a concert? And he had, I guess, he'd either been killed or he had taken his own life. And he had written that they were trying to, like, they're trying to make me kill people. And he was fully suited and ready to go. And he was dead in a bathroom. And he was supposed to apparently do a mass shooting. But this kid ended up taking his own life in the bathroom instead, I think. I can't remember the details. You'll have to Google it. And if you do, please fill us in. But, something like that. It's I don't think that Tyler Robinson was supposed to survive. I think that Tyler Robinson was supposed to be killed, and the only reason that he's alive is because he went to his parents and was like, this is what happened. I need your help, you know? And the parents did what they thought was right. They contacted a police officer that was a family friend. And unfortunately, that police officer, that family friend, can't be trusted. You know what I mean? And I think Tyler Robinson definitely had something to do with it. I think Candace Owens says that, you know, like her own opinion, and then Tucker has his own opinion, and then everybody on Twitter has, like, you know, conflicting theories. But based on all the shit that I've seen from everybody, because I listen to people who I don't agree with, because I want to hear what people are saying. Sometimes if I can tell that they're lying, or like they're just like gaslighting, and I know immediately that I'm being lied to, because I can almost not stomach what is being said to me. And so I have to sometimes turn those off. But I like to listen to stuff that I don't even like the people. I try to listen to the message and not the messenger. Yeah, I don't think that he did it, and I think that I'm really hopeful that this Tyler Robinson guy, his attorney, I think her name is Kathy Nestor, she was the attorney who just represented Corey Richins, the woman who killed her husband and then wrote a book about mourning. Her sons wrote the book, but it was really her using like AI. And so I don't trust that lady already. The defense attorney who's representing Tyler Robinson is doing so pro bono, acting as a public defender, essentially. And Tyler, I don't think his attorneys are actually defending him very well. And I think that the prosecution, because they were not anticipating this trial ever happening, they are now having to like use evidence to prosecute this man that has been doctored, and they're admitting it in open court that the evidence has been doctored. It is absolutely fucking wild.
Did Mr. Olson refer to that exhibit 12.1 in his statement?
He did, yes.
I'm going to put on your monitor State's Exhibit 12.3, and I ask that you scroll down towards the very bottom. And I would ask that you read from the statement, specifically what Mr. Olson said about State's Exhibit 12.1. And I want to narrow your focus, so I'm going to draw your attention about 3/4 down the page, there's a sentence that begins on the left margin, I have reviewed.
What am I doing?
See
I'm right
that?
here.
I do, yes.
Okay, would you please read that sentence?
I'm gonna run
I
out
have
of
reviewed
room.
States Exhibit 12.1. The recordings are true and accurate, including timestamps, dates, and camera labels. The only changes are some zooms and red highlights, which were not part of the original recording. Would you like
They're having to admit in open court right now and
No,
set the,
that's
like,
good enough.
they're literally setting, they're laying down the foundation. They're laying down the foundation for the fact that the stuff has been doctored. Like, these guys that are, this is a live stream with 5 fucking guys, and not one of them is picking up on this.
Have you had a chance, well, you review the raw footage yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
And does that comport with your viewpoint of that exhibit?
It does, yes.
Have you had a chance to review what's been marked as States Exhibit 12.4?
Yes.
Okay, and when did you review that exhibit?
This morning,
And who did you review that exhibit with?
with Kimberly Durfler.
Was there any conversation about that exhibit?
No, I was just shown the video.
Nobody asked you questions or suggested anything to you?
They did not know.
Uh-huh.
Did you prepare?
He's
that
trying
exhibit?
to make it so
I did
the
not.
defense can't say,
Do you know who did?
The Utah
so
County
fucked,
Attorney's Office.
listening to this actually go through.
And I'm referring specifically.
This is why
to
we should all be
States
watching
Exhibit
these trials,
12.4.
because wait, if you listen or watch the
What
actual
is
trial
depicted in the
yourself,
video?
and then you watch the
That
news,
video is,
you
again,
understand
compilation of,
how much they
videos
fucking
from
just
the overall footage that was obtained
lie.
from Utah Valley
Just
University
lie.
For September 11th.
Like,
and September
if
12th.
I have any kind of insight
And
into
how's
a
it
story,
compared to what's been marked
every
States
single
Exhibit
time they talk about it on the news, information
It
is
appears to
incorrect.
be the same
And
footage,
that is because
however,
during the Obama years, I think it was 2008 maybe, was that Obama? It was Obama years. It was like maybe 2010 or 11. Obama signed some shit that, I can't remember the verbology, the phrasing, my brain is not gonna let me, but he signed a document that essentially removed that restriction that was held onto media and stuff, commercials, media, whatever, where they couldn't lie to you, like they had to tell the truth. They couldn't just outright lie. Well, that's been removed now, and we all still assume it's still like, oh, well, they can't lie to you. They're not allowed to lie. You know, that's against the law. That's not true anymore. They can lie to you. It's completely allowed.
from this particular version, there were no circles or blurs that had been made to the video.
How about zooming in and zooming out?
No, there was no zooming or zooming out.
Does it appear to be identical to the raw footage that you've seen that portrays this particular
I
part of the
wanna
YouTube surveillance video?
double
It does,
my
yes.
space here.
Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked States Exhibit 12.4.
Because I can rotate it, and then it'll give me more space.
Your Honor, we just object to the publication of this for all the reasons we argued yesterday. We think this video is going to play a big role in the trial, and to allow the public to see it now would seriously impact our ability to get a fair trial, and we're asking the court not to publish it.
And Mr. Surgeon, and to all counsel, as it will apply to all counsel.
Yeah, well, you
we're
better
removing a
fight
piece
to
of
not let that
evidence.
be,
It's
because
in three
once they
parts.
put that in
Whether
evidence, or they
admissibility
release it to the
into
public,
record, to be published
then the
in
public is
courtroom,
gonna
to
think
be
that the
published
fake
in
video is
courtroom,
real.
captured by the
Because
media.
the public is
Mr.
stupid.
Sturgill, as it's your request, what are you requesting?
First of all, I clearly I moved to admit the exhibit. I'd ask, and Judge, the presumption is.
The presumption is that he's guilty, that's what you're doing.
And so our position is that it should be published here in the courtroom, and it should be published in such a way that the media can capture it.
I bet you do think that. Wasn't Erica Kirk asking for privacy? Didn't they want this case
please.
to not be on camera. Erica Kirk requested
I'm
this
David
to
Ryan.
not
I
be on
represent the
camera or
news media.
something for
Didn't make an
privacy. I
appearance
can't remember.
because the news media technically aren't parties, but as you know, they do have the right to be heard on issues like this, and I've tried to keep that to a minimum. But since this is the first one coming out today, I thought it might be helpful to just address it again. There is a presumption not just that it be published in the courtroom as we talked about yesterday, because the participants or the spectators in the courtroom have a right to know what the court is viewing so that they can understand how you're making your decision.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that.
Important piece of evidence.
How
It
did
seemed
I
like
know?
there is
I
a
must be a
basis to
psychic.
keep the people who are standing why it's being introduced.
This judge
It is not
is
like the videos yesterday.
fucking-
My understanding, at least, is you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we didn't object to the videos that weren't published yesterday that were graphic. We didn't object to the non-publication of the autopsy report. The argument here that Ms. Nestor just made is this seems really relevant, and that is precisely why it needs to be public.
Yeah,
Which
I
the
knew
last
that
thing
was
I'll
coming.
address is just EMC.
Knew that was
There
coming.
is a presumption, it's a rule presumption, not a constitutional one, that EMC is allowed. And I think that for all the reasons that we've briefed this for your honor several different ways,
What,
there
you-
needs to be a
you
really
outside
good reason
again?
why. If it's being published in a public proceeding in the courtroom, it should not be, it should not also be allowed to be published in media. So, thank you.
Mr. Sturgill, do you wish to respond or perhaps give a little bit more detail on what this video purports to show?
Oops, sorry, Mama.
Well, do you want me to proffer that, Judge, or have the witness?
I'll defer to you.
Well, first of all, I'd like to take one step back. Let me ask you, I may have misheard, but let's just be
My plants
clear
are gonna like
about
the
this
humidity
video.
from all these
Compilation video
clothes.
that includes video surveillance from UVU campus through what dates?
September 10th, 2025 into the morning of the 11th, 2025.
And if you wouldn't mind describing in a bit more detail what this compilation includes.
The compilation shows the movements of the individual believed to be Mr. Robinson on Utah Valley University campus, arriving and leaving in a vehicle, arriving and leaving on foot.
So what he was told to do is arrive and leave multiple times and just be seen at these locations. They told him to go to the Dairy Queen. They told him to go to these locations
Is there
so that
any,
they could fucking set him up and
footage
have him
of-
on camera. Just because he was at somewhere doesn't mean that he killed Charlie Kirk. And to be quite honest, it doesn't really look
of
like he
the-
was
of
actually
the
at the
alleged shooting?
campus.
There is not, Judge.
The video of the person they showed of the person going down the stairwell
Is
and
there,
like running,
given
it
that
didn't look
additional
like him.
information,
It didn't look like him at all.
from defense?
And I'm sorry, but physics are physics. You can't
Mr.
run with a
Burt's
rifle
he's
down
the
your
one
pants.
who's been litigating all of the First Amendment issues, if he could address Mr. Ryman's argument.
Yes, Mr. Burt, if you would mind coming forward.
So they have footage of everything but the shooting.
Yeah, it's a clarify one argument that was made by counsel for the media yesterday, and that was the rules, the rule 4-202.02 does not apply to the situation we're in right
I'm
now.
gonna run out of
That
space.
is wrong. The rule says that this rule applies to the judicial branch, and 4-202.02J says the judge may regulate or deny access to exhibits to ensure a fair trial. So I think that rule does apply to our situation, and the Supreme Court in the Algier, ALLGIER case, 258 Pacific 3rd, 589, applied the rule in the context of an evidentiary exhibit. And I know the court has not mentioned, since counsel made that argument, this particular rule, but I think it does apply here. And also applicable is the Supreme Court's decision in the Kearns case, which we talked about when we argued the motion for denying access to the cameras. And that case, Kearns versus Tribune Corporation, 685 Pacific 2nd, 515, says that the standard the court ought to apply in determining whether an exhibit at a preliminary hearing should be sealed is one of a, quote, realistic likelihood of prejudice. And we rely on the evidentiary showing we've made in connection with our motion to exclude cameras, that there is a realistic likelihood of prejudice in this way. The court knows and has access to the media coverage up to the time when we litigated the motion concerning closing this hearing to the cameras. And the court knows that one feature of the media coverage has been a very pro-prosecution bias of every story that has been published on this account. The court also knows from that coverage that information is being widely disseminated, and you have found in connection.
Oh, I
with
love
the
my watch
Shackling
band. I
issue
love looking down
that
and seeing
the
a real
publicity in
fucking
this
watch
case
band on
is
my
likely
arm.
to reach jurors who will be part of our jury pool. And we've also submitted to the court a public opinion survey which shows that the prejudicial publicity that the media has already generated in this case has affected the jury pool. And so those are all factors the court can point to and rely on and conclude that publication of this particular exhibit should not be allowed.
Oh my God,
because there
this
is
fucking hamper.
realistic likelihood of prejudice to Mr. Robinson's right to a fair
Thanks a
trial.
lot
So
for
under
making
that
the plastic so
standard,
thin it doesn't actually
the court ought to deny
hold
publication.
there.
Thank you, Mr. Burt.
Thank you.
Any final
Dollar General.
argument from the parties before the court issues its ruling? Yes, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. David Ryman. I
can take all
just
that
wanted to
trash out.
clarify. I don't know that Mr. Burt and I necessarily disagree about what he said about the rule. What we were talking about yesterday was something different. That is the portion of the rule that classifies records that are in the court file. You know, it's not the same as what happens in a public hearing. And Mr. Burt referenced the portion of the rule that essentially just tracks the constitutional standard, which of course, you know, controls here as to whether in this public proceeding it can be closed in any way, and non-publication of exhibits as a form of closure. So I don't necessarily disagree. I would just underscore a lot of what Mr. Burt just said has been briefed ad nauseum at this point. Their position that publicity is incompatible with a fair trial. The Allgaier case he mentioned, you know, I know that case. I litigated that case. It involved a confession that the court found public because you have so many other tools to seat a fair departure jury. And we have cited that case repeatedly, and so has Your Honor, I think, recognized it in your ruling, saying pretrial publicity can coexist with the defendant's right to a fair trial. So the last thing I'll say is just that the constitutional standard that I think we're all agreeing applies here is weighty and difficult to overcome. And it is never satisfied, as we explained, by just generalized assertions that there's a lot of publicity out there. It's got to be something really specific, and they just haven't made that showing. And I certainly don't think that a video that apparently just shows the defendant walking around the UVU campus qualifies.
Thank you. Anything further?
Miss
No,
Nestor?
but I think I'd like to be crystal clear. You asked if there's any portion of this video that captures. I believe you asked the actual.
The defense has
no
not
video.
even had a chance to authenticate any of this evidence. The prosecution did not hand over they didn't hand over the evidence to the defense during discovery. The judge ruled that it's not necessary at this stage. So the evidence that's being presented and about to be shown to the public, because the judge is going to rule on it, obviously. So there's going to be videos of this kid walking around UVU like a week before or maybe a month before, but the defense hasn't had a chance to cross-reference any of this evidence and say, okay, yes, this is legitimate, this is actually real evidence, this is, you know, and the judge ruled against the defense. If you guys don't think for one single solitary minute that this could happen to you, people in this chat actually are more likely to have it happen to them, because some of you, the men in particular who can't stop trolling, for example, you're lonely men on a computer, chronically online, probably into gross and devious things that you search on the internet. They take what you watch because you think you're on incognito. Well, you know, Google has a fucking class action lawsuit right now proving that they were 100% watching everything that you did on incognito mode. And so whatever porn you viewed, the darker it gets, the better the blackmail. And so what they do is they take what you're watching on the internet and then they come at you and they say, so you want the world to know about this? Do you want to be a pedophile? Or do you want to do some jobs for us? You want to just do us a few favors? You want to just like walk around here on this day, go to the Dairy Queen on that day? And then the guy who is supposedly the reason why Lance Twiggs, the gay furry boyfriend of the Tyler Robinson or whatever it is that they're trying to tell you, that shit, he has disappeared. He's in government witness protection. He hasn't been interviewed. It's just weird shit. Weird shit. Shit that doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense for a reason. It's gonna be such a pain in the ass catching up on all my laundry. So infuriating.
About that. There is video, however, and you've heard testimony related to this, where the shooter goes to the top of the low-C building, goes out to the edge of the building, road crawls, and then leaves after what we assume is the shot being fired. That's as close as it gets. I don't know if that makes sense.
He just admitted it.
Wanted to make it clear.
They don't have footage of the shot.
There with your honor.
But they do have him crawling
I
though.
appreciate that.
Does he have the gun in that?
Clarification,
I don't know.
It is guiding for this court.
They just admitted it though. It's the first time they've admitted they don't have footage of the shot.
That's a headshot for their case.
Utah.
Oh, wow, that's
let me pull
crazy.
this up.
Isn't that interesting? Cameras everywhere, but they don't have
this
footage
blowout
of
that
the
is
shot.
4-202.
How
0.02.
strange.
I'll
How
go down
strange
to-
and unusual.
Wow. First, it says statement of the rule. 1, presumption of public court records. Court records are public unless otherwise classified by this rule. 2, public court records. Public court records include but are not limited to. I'm going to go down to 2J, exhibits. The judge may regulate or deny access to ensure the integrity of the exhibit, a fair trial, or interests favoring closure. And the court recognizes the importance of the constitutional rights of Mr. Robinson being upheld and protected. At the
But we
same
just
time,
don't feel like it,
the
Your
court also
Honor.
recognizes the importance of transparency and a proper balance to ensure that the constitutional rights of all parties are upheld. As it relates to this exhibit, it is 12.4.
Did I get a toilet scrubber?
Based off the representation of what is in that, the court differentiates this exhibit from the exhibits from yesterday, namely Exhibit 7, Exhibit 8, and Exhibit 9, as those are different in nature, and those go to issues relating to Utah Constitution Article 1, Section 28, as it relates to the Declaration of Rights of Crime Victims. And the court also recognizes Utah Rule of Evidence 1102, that is the foundation that's being laid for the
Oh,
admission.
nice and cute.
Having taken in consideration all factors,
Smells really good in here.
Exhibit 12.4
Are you ready to come inside?
admitted into evidence and shall be played in the courtroom.
Are you ready?
And may be broadcast by the media. We can proceed.
You wanna come in?
Judge. Wow. Before we actually watch State's Exhibit 12.4, I have just a few questions. Yesterday, you testified at the very beginning of your investigation that you focused on the video that captured the shooter on the top of the Low-C building. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe you also testified that you began by working your way, and this is what I remember you saying, so correct me if I'm wrong. But you in essence testified that you began with that video and you started working with.
Push out early. Push out, bud. Push out, bud. What do you find? Bro. It's okay, Mama. It's okay. I'm just gonna leave that open and let the cat fucking have access to under the stove for a bit. Need to clean my house.
Way backward and forward with the UPU surveillance video in an effort to trace the shooter's steps on campus. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Would you mind explaining in a little bit more detail what we meant by that, tracking forward and backward on that video?
Yeah, we had a known when the shooting occurred, and as the officer testified, there was a video of an individual on the roof at the time of the shooting. And so the philosophy that we applied was to take what we knew and then work that forward through the timeline.
Get rid of.
And backwards through the timeline.
No, I
Trying
actually,
to establish, where the
I don't
individual
stand for
had
this
gone
at all.
from the rooftop, or how the individual
I
had come to
listened
be
to
on the
her.
rooftop.
the same as I listened
And
to.
did that, for lack of a better term, did that bear fruit?
It did,
you
yes.
actually
Fucking, I can't stand
see
Tim Pool, and I
at
listen to
least the
him
part where he
sometimes
came
too.
from and where that shooter went?
Yes, more so where he came from. It was very limited after the fact.
I think Candace
You
Owens,
testified
you know,
yesterday
is a part of the problem too, in a way. And I think she has her ulterior motives, you know. she's only alive right now because she's been useful for their plan, whatever that is.
It's
Alright, I need to
in
get all
reference,
of
I
the cardboard
believe,
out of my
to
laundry room.
Mark State's Exhibit 21,
From moving.
that you believe Mr. Robinson visited campus.
Oh, fucking no, Heather!
Correct.
You almost fucked up so bad.
Did
Oh
you
my
do that?
god,
Did you do
wow.
this
Just be a fucking idiot, why don't you?
methods to track Mr. Robinson through UPU surveillance during each of those four visits?
Yes,
Or those other three visits, I guess.
yes. On each occasion, we attempted to follow the movements of the individual throughout campus.
And did you you see that now?
I do, yes.
Do you recognize what's displayed on your monitor?
Yes, it's footage from the university that was provided to us, particularly of the parking structure.
Does it appear to be State's Exhibit 12.4?
It does, yes.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to have the this video run. And if you don't mind, as it's running, I'm probably going to be asking you some questions. And so, this video has a lot of this, I think.
I know there's no one on the campus.
Let's go ahead and start.
So they don't have a picture, or they don't have video from taking the shot, and no audio of a gunshot sound, right?
Nope.
There's no audio of the
So
gunshot
it is
sound.
admitted
Okay.
and may be published to the screens. Make sure it's on your screen. Movements. All right, Mr. Sturgill, you may proceed.
Appreciate that, Judge. Thank you. Okay, what do we see with your Asian wall?
That's the vehicle that is believed to belong to Mr. Robinson arriving in the parking garage on campus.
And what time? What time of the day?
It's approximately 8:30 in the morning on September 10th, 2025.
And what leads you to believe this particular vehicle belongs to Mr. Robinson?
Information that was provided.
Why isn't it connecting to my freaking internet?
Stands up to you.
The shape of the vehicle is very distinct, but predominantly the wheels were very
The
distinct
fuck?
on this version of the vehicle.
Now what do we see?
The driver of the
Is it
vehicle
still
exits the
working?
vehicle, and then
Is my internet working right now?
It's the end of the red
Because
t-shirt and the shorts.
It's
and
not
the
working.
shoes.
What the fuck?
I believe you recognize who that person is.
Yes,
Who is that?
I believe that's Robinson.
All right, where does he go from there?
Shorts. He heads out of the parking garage on foot into the campus.
Can someone please tell me if the internet
He
is
goes to the
working?
quad
Okay,
area
it's
of the
working.
campus. At that time, he makes contact with some representatives from TPUSA.
Like, already,
Sorry, the amphitheater is what I previously referred it to.
so he goes about, just visits the amphitheater area, the courtyard or quad.
Correct.
And then what do we see here now?
He returns on foot back to the same vehicle.
What time is he returning back to the vehicle?
It's about 9:25 a.m.
They kind of skimmed over the make contact with TPUSA part.
Yeah.
Hey, John.
And where is this parking structure located on campus?
It's just off of campus drive.
here the whole time,
It's a short walk from the.
you really need to be over here.
They need to ask if there is footage of where the
Right. Hopefully it's still gonna work.
Mr. Robinson driving.
I'm cleaning cardboard from moving.
Okay.
Now what do we see?
This is Mr. Robinson returning to the campus on foot from
This is a different outfit.
the neighborhood to the northeast. You can see he's wearing the same clothing as in the previous video. He's carrying a blue backpack.
Describe clothing.
It's a maroon colored t-shirt with gray or olive colored shorts and then Converse shoes.
and a blue backpack.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is toe walker, so watch other footage of this
Starts
person.
to dim
Tyler, this is a toe walker.
Does he leave?
See if he also walks on the toe.
And during this visit, do you know where he
on campus. He went to Chick-fil-A,
What?
Thompson building, and purchased some food, sat and ate the food.
No, he's limping in this
Then-
video. We've seen this
Where
picture.
did he purchase the food from?
This
Chick-fil-A in the Sorensen Center.
And
So-
where is that in
But
relation
that's it.
to the amphitheater?
Chick-fil-A, Dairy Queen, steak.
On the east side of the amphitheater, there would be,
Mountain Dew,
on the back edge of the
Pepsi-Cola,
amphitheater,
Mau Tao chai.
furthest away from where the tent was Mr. Cook was in.
And from there,
From there, he moves across campus, out across Campus Drive, into a wooded area on what would be kind of the northeast side of Campus Drive. Then returns back onto campus. We noticed at this point that he's no longer carrying the backpack that he was originally wearing. He moves through the Gunther building and the computer science building, and then I'm sorry?
And then goes where?
Then goes across to the railing that gives access to the roof of the Losi building.
He's not a student of you.
From there he comes back down the stairs and it's off campus from that point.
And about what time was that when he left campus that second time? Do you know?
I believe it was
Oh my God,
approximately...
so many gallons of water.
If I recall. I could verify from my notes if you need an exact time.
Yeah, if you don't mind. That'll help you remember it, but don't read it out loud. Let me know when you've had a chance to look it up.
No wonder MC Search was so nervous.
Were you able to refresh your memory as far as the time?
I was, yes.
And what time was it?
It was just prior to 11 a.m. when
I
he
know
walked
how
off
the mouse
campus.
got in.
And before we go any further, the parking structure that he left initially, where is that parking structure in relation to the LDS Institute?
I'm sorry, in relation to?
The LDS Institute building on campus.
I had some cardboard boxes in the way
Um,
from unpacking, and I didn't see that it was like.
I think it would be just to the north of the LDS Institute building, if I recall.
Do you recall whether it was adjacent to the LDS Institute?
Yes, it is.
All right. What do we see displayed here now?
This is a video of Mr. Robinson returning back to campus.
Dude, my
the same
dryer
day he
vent
had previously
hole
on foot.
was ajar. I bet you anything that's how the mouse got in.
Different clothes.
I need a garbage
Why?
bag.
Well, let me ask you this: do you believe this is Mr. Robinson returning to campus?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
And why do you
Ask and you
believe
shall
this?
receive.
The shoes are the same, and the images that we have from my viewing and seeing Mr. Robinson on the video, it's the same person.
From my viewing and seeing Mr. Robinson on the video, it's the same person, in my
He is wearing
opinion.
different clothing, and he also is walking with
A different gait?
Because
Because it's a different person.
Either way.
Still, there's no 30-06 in those skinny jeans.
His knees are bending,
His knees are bending.
and they're saying that he's supposed to have both parts of the gun in his pants.
All things I've said.
coming up the stairs. Again, he seems to be having issues walking.
He is hiding his face on purpose.
And again, were you able to track? Were you able to track Mr. Robinson when he leaves this parking
I
structure?
feel like I should save this
Yes,
box.
we were able to.
It's very
So when he leaves the
sturdy.
parking structure, where does he go?
He comes up around Campus Drive, as you can see on the video here. There is a
But how do you know it's
there's a cut
him?
through there north of the Losi building, and that's Mr. Robinson coming up the sidewalk.
How do
has
you
the
know?
noticeable gait or limp in his walk. And then he moves south across the.
You had to try to point out the limp.
On the sidewalk?
Yes, correct. He would be the rear of the two individuals in this particular video.
So right now, if you were to go to quadrants, where
I would be in the top left quadrant, walking to the left of the image.
now what do we see?
This is an image looking across the parking lot to the Losi building, and Mr. Robinson is appearing on the exterior staircase, which gives access to the Losi building roof and the area where the railing was.
And again, let's break that image into quadrants. Where would it be located if you broke it into quadrants?
It's in the top right, and the individual can be seen moving under the notations that are on the
Yes, the individual, not necessarily Tyler Robinson.
You're saying he's up here?
And what time is this?
It's just afternoon, 12:15 on September 10th, 2025.
What just happened? What did we just see?
The individual actually kind of rolls over the railing onto the roof of the Losi building. And again, in the top left corner, the individual is now seen running across the rooftop of the Lucy building to what would be the southwest corner of the building, crouching down and then crawling to the top of the building.
This is the footage. And this is at what time?
Around 12:23. Timestamp on the video is 12:22.
On the 10th.
On September 10th.
Where this is the roof of the Lucy building.
Correct.
Can you still see that individual?
Yes, you can, laying prone.
You believe this to be Mr. Robinson?
How can you
You
tell?
believe this to be Mr. Robinson?
How can you
How
tell?
long is he out there on the
You're-
edge of the building?
It's a
Just
fucking video.
The reported shot was fired at 12:23 and 20.
And you're supposed to be able to tell that's
The
him.
individual then stands
walking.
up and then moves across the building to the north.
He's
Is that what we're seeing happen
back
right now?
there.
It is, yes. They move behind the
Look where the mouse
atrium
is.
area.
Talking about someone right there. That human being right there. He's telling you that's Tyler Robinson.
Do you see Mr. Robinson now?
I do, yes. He's just arriving at the corner of the building.
What the fuck? They're telling us that this video, this is, they are not,
What do we see now?
they were not anticipating this case going to trial.
The roof of the loft
This is a
building
fucking
the grass area.
complete fallacy,
It's Campus Drive.
and they are having to fucking pull evidence out of thin air.
At this time.
Evidence they were gonna use after he was dead, because it was gonna be a fucking shootout.
So he's approaching.
And because that didn't happen,
Campus Drive.
broken into quadrants, where is he currently?
now they have to use the evidence they were gonna use to make us sympathize and cry over Charlie Kirk.
24.
And instead, they're using it to try to prosecute this guy. And it's just impossible. It's garbage. There's no fucking way.
Wooded area on the far side of Campus Drive.
And that is located.
Forgot that wasn't recycling.
What part?
Mixed
would have been
recycling in this
just
guy.
off Central.
What do we see now?
This is the intersection of Campus Drive and
It's dark and it's so far
There's a
away.
vehicle attempting to turn right onto Campus
How
Drive.
can you tell?
It's the vehicle is driven by Mr. Robinson.
And on the screen.
And the car's not registered to Mr. Robinson though. So we're just supposed to believe it's him in the car.
It's on the left side on the upper side.
It's not one of the cars from the investigation. It's just a random car that just has him in it.
Now what do we see?
That vehicle.
I think they have lookalikes and stuff like that. That's what I think.
And why do you believe that vehicle is Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
Oh my god, I
when
can't
that
believe there was a
vehicle was
fucking
stopped,
bag
they
of
made
cat
contact
litter in
with
there.
an
That's
officer
so
who was doing
gross.
security detail.
And you know who that
Ugh.
officer is?
Officer Goforth,
You know what his department he works for?
Spanish Forward Police.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Goforth regarding with this interaction at that intersection?
I did, yes.
And what time was that interaction? I'm sorry, did I ask you that?
It was approximately 12:30 a.m.
On the 11th?
on September 11th, 2025.
So you talked to Officer Goforth about that contact on the corner at, I guess maybe the early morning hours of the 11th.
Correct.
And what did Officer Goforth tell you about that interaction?
It was an interaction that I guess cop intuition, but there was something about the interaction that made him make a note of the license plate of the vehicle. And then
Wonder if that was-
subsequently,
Could it be
when information
that he
was
already
available
had the
about that
license plate
vehicle, or
information
a
for that
matching
vehicle?
The description of that. was
Something
involved
just
in the incident.
randomly compelled
He ran the
him to
information
track
needed
that
to
car
stop
of all the
and was able
cars.
to identify that it was
don't believe
registered
it.
to Mr. Robinson, and he had in fact had contact with Mr. Robinson on the morning of September 11th, 2025.
Yeah, because he was fucking
The information.
already being set up.
You want information. When you say that, you ran information.
Yes, he ran a partial plate.
a license
Wonder
plate.
why.
Correct.
Wonder what
Based
compelled
on
him to
that
do
commercial
that.
license plate, because I identified the owner of that vehicle.
Yes,
Did he tell you who the owner of that vehicle was?
he did, yes.
Okay, and who did he tell you it belonged to?
That there were two registered owners of the vehicle, Tyler Robinson and an Amber Robinson.
Did he say anything about the person that he actually interacted with?
Yes, it was a male that he believed to be Tyler Robinson.
I want to know what Tyler's face looks like right now. Like, what is his expression during all this? So curious.
Let's return again. State's Exhibit 12.1. Again, you've reviewed that video. The difference between 12.1, there was been
Oh, man, it's hard. Fuck that.
and correctly, are these enhancements that we've been talking about.
Yes.
And specifically, what, be specific, be specific about the enhancements, and let's go one at a time.
Okay.
I think there's a reference to either red circles or red highlights. That's how Mr. Olson described it, red highlights.
Yes.
Do you know what he's, or what is he referencing by the red highlights, or what do you believe he's referencing?
I believe he's referring to red ovals or circles that were placed over the image to identify specific individuals of note.
And these red circles, are they red circles temporary?
I
Different.
would assume they are temporary. I'm not very technological, but I believe they would be overlaid over the image.
And that was a bad question. What I mean by that is do they appear and disappear quickly, or do they last for a period of time?
They're there for a notable period, but I believe they come off the video.
Alright. And other than, well, and you said that the circles, what do the circles do?
They identify an area or a person of interest within the video.
And other than do that, the circles, the highlights, do they do anything with regards to the video itself, as far as
No.
the standards?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I think the next enhancement that has been mentioned, we talked about is
Yeah.
you know what that, tell us what that is, what's where you see the state was the market, state's exhibit. You know,
If I recall, there's some individuals in the parking garage footage and their faces were blurred.
anything other than faces being blurred?
Not that I recall, no.
That is crazy. It all broke down into
And how often do you see the blurring?
this amount of stuff.
I believe it's just in the original sequence in the parking garage.
The other than the blurring.
Oh my god, I have so many freaking bottles. I'm gonna
does
leave
the
that box
blurring,
like that.
Other than
Okay, yeah,
the blur
yeah,
out
yeah.
part of the image, does it change or impact the accuracy in your mind of that part of the television video?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And then the last thing is, I believe, is there's some zooming in and zooming out. It's in 12. What can you tell us about the zooming in and the zooming out?
Predominantly, it's in the area that was referred to as viewing the Losi building rooftop. I believe it focuses on the area where Mr. Robinson comes up the stairs and onto the rooftop. Those portions of that particular footage were zoomed in for clarity.
Other than zooming in and zooming out, does at least that enhancement, does it change the content of the video,
No,
the accuracy of the video in your mind?
no.
Are the enhancements in State's Exhibit, well, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.1, are they helpful in any way, or what do they add or take away from the video?
I think for people who are not familiar with the area and what's trying to be shown, they allow an opportunity for people to look at an individual who we believe to be Tyler Robinson, and also specific movements with more clarity than
Yay!
the original focal
Laundry room
point
is
gives.
like open and clean.
So let's talk
Now I
about
need to get rid of all the
that.
cans.
It sounds like it's
Garbage
specific
bag.
to the low-C rooftop.
Garbage bag in there already.
Yes,
And I think we've all watched that exhibit
correct.
before. And although you can see Mr. Robinson and his movements, is it fair to say that it's difficult to really see what's going on?
That would be fair, yes.
And the version that's in 12.1, does it facilitate at least that part of the video, seeing Mr. Robinson and tracking his steps?
I believe so, yes.
Because at this point, I think in combination with yesterday, the foundation that was laid yesterday, including the written statement from Mr. Olson, put it into evidence and is what's already been admitted to evidence. We believe there's enough foundation that at this point we'd also ask the court to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1. We think it would be beneficial for Your Honor to view it.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We renew our authenticity objection, and we also object to the for admission purposes. And then we also object to the publication for the same reasons, the fair trial issues that we raised with the unaltered version that was just submitted.
And Judge, sorry, I neglected to mention the other two. Again, Judge, we believe that the presumption is that this is a public record, that it should be not only admitted, but should be published here in the courtroom. It should be published in such a way that the media can have access to it.
All right, I do have a question, just directing your attention to the rule of evidence 403, the last phrase, the last.
How many fucking bottles was that? Did anyone count?
Judge, I'm gonna have to look at 403 specifically.
How many was
Well, I can read that. Well, needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. So the court may, let me just read the whole rule.
A handle on it?
The court may exclude relevant
No.
evidence if its
Aw.
probative value is substantially outweighed
heavy.
by a danger of one or more of the following: unfair prejudice, confusing the issue, misleading the jury, undue delay, wasting time, or needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. I'm not looking at anything else other than that last portion. I recognize there is no jury. I am the magistrate, I am the fact finder, but just addressing that last point of Rule 403.
Judge, well, I don't believe that the evidence is cumulative. I think that each of the two videos, although they portray basically the same footage, there's characteristics of the one that has been enhanced that I think makes it easier for Your Honor to truly see what's going on, and for the public to see what's going on. And we've displayed 12.4 on the video, and unless you have very, very, very good vision or you've zoomed in on that monitor, you really can't see what Agent Holt has just described. The character of 12.1, it simply it enhances that.
Okay, now I can start working on the laundry.
That exhibit, and it just makes it easier to see, not only by Your Honor, but also by the public.
What is this?
And specifically as it relates to the zooming in and the zooming out.
Anything further from the parties as it relates to 12.1? All right, well, I will admit 12.1 into evidence, but as it relates to playing it in the courtroom or on television or for the media, I find that it is, well, as the fact finder, I will look at the evidence in a way as the magistrate is required to do, but I do not find it is I don't find it's necessary to replay this video, given the representation that's the exact same video, difference being enhancements made. If it was different in any way, or if it added to or subtracted from, that would be one factor. But because it's simply the same video, simply zooming in with circles or notations, the court does not find that the interest of justice requires it being played again.
Thank you,
But it
Judge.
is received into evidence and will be reviewed by myself.
I agree with that.
Thank you,
Termination.
Judge.
And I appreciate that, Judge. And just so we're clear, State's Exhibit 12.1 has been admitted.
It is received into evidence, yes.
And your intent is to review it in its entirety, but not here in Portland.
Yes.
Can I make one suggestion, Judge? Or maybe one run request? I believe the most important part, the most helpful part of this video is the zooming in and the zooming out. And that is a portion, if you want, we could isolate that and only play that portion of the video, if you'd be willing to publish that portion of the video. And that's really the thrust of the exhibit. We believe that it's helpful to see it up close. And unfortunately, because of the way it's formatted and the way it's been recorded, there's no way any of us can zoom in and zoom out on this video to get the really what's going on. And that's the reason why we did what we did. But we had to memorialize it and save it, and then present it in that way rather than just present it in its raw form and then have the ability to zoom in and out. If that helps Your Honor understand why we're doing what we're doing.
All right, Ms. Nestor, to the second request of not playing the whole video in its entirety, but simply the portion with the zooming in, how long is that, Mr. Sturgill?
I think it's a couple of minutes.
Ms. Nestor?
We object to the prejudice of that, Your Honor, and ask the court to
My phone is about to
stand
die.
by your previous ruling on that.
All right, thank you, I appreciate both parties. What I will do is review this video in court.
Should load this
It
stuff
will be
into my
displayed
truck.
to the monitor's council table and to the court
Take it
monitor on
to
any
the
portion
dump.
that you wish to play for me to look at, so all parties can see clearly that the court is reviewing it in court, but I do not find that it is necessary for its publication because this is the exact same video. I recognize it's zooming, but in balancing constitutional rights, and there is nothing on this video from what's been represented that the public hasn't already seen. It's simply, I don't find that is necessary for, and so in balancing the constitutional rights of all parties, I'll view it on monitor. Council's free to view it with me as I'm looking at it, but it will not be broadcast in the courtroom or by the video camera.
I appreciate that, Judge. I respect that. I think there's a natural break where we can start. And what I'm going to ask is just you will have this entire exhibit in evidence. So
Thank you.
Is that right?
Yes, I will. All right, whenever you're ready. Council, as it relates to your monitor, just as a caution, if you don't want it to be wished to be picked up, and I'm not saying it will.
For anyone that's watching right now, real quick, we are probably going to be doing a recess here shortly in the next 20-30 minutes, I'm guessing, just so you know.
Share your screens if you feel the need to do so.
So if I just have one moment, hold on. I'm not sure where the power button is. There we go.
All right,
Yeah,
Council,
we probably.
are we prepared? And for the state? All right, thank you. Having heard from both counsel, I'll go ahead and review it on my screens. It is not being displayed in the monitor in the courtroom. And you may present 12.1, the portion you wish for me to view.
Probably knock out super chats. It's got no audio. He's just gonna be watching this for the next couple minutes, I think.
Yeah, I'll listen to it, and if any audio comes back on, I'll switch over.
What a joke.
I mean,
This is bad. The whole time they didn't have the footage. They've been stringing us along the whole time. Acting like they got it on camera.
we didn't.
It's insane.
Yeah, we didn't see anything there. We've already seen that footage for the most part. Well, you got him walking through a parking garage. We already see him walking up the steps and everything. We've covered that a million times. So
Yeah, but now that we actually see the footage and we see how much his knees are bending and how he's changing
Yeah, it's
pace and
bad.
bending where he's around. And dude, Now they're saying Tyler was wearing shorts. We got a third outfit and Chick-fil-A, three outfits, 3 restaurants, 2 roofs, and 0 footage of an actual shooting.
So can we disseminate why in the world they would say him limping is assumed, him having something down his
they got to try to make that connection, right? Because if they don't make that connection, there's nothing that suggests he has a firearm. A random kid on the roof with no firearm doesn't do much for the prosecution. So
And
they
they're
have
trying
to-
to say that he had 2 parts of the guns in each pants. They're trying to say that the stock was on one side of the pants
No.
and that the rest. Oh no, that's not what they said.
No, I think they said the stock is in the backpack. But either way, we can all agree that walk was not normal for any human being, right?
No, he definitely is walking a little
Yeah.
funky. There's no 30-06 in his skinny jeans, I can tell you that. But
So let's look at it from the other side, and let's just say, okay, it was him. Why in the world was he limping when he had pants on, but he wasn't limping when he had shorts on? What is the difference?
They're trying to say that he's limping because he has a weapon in his pants.
Right.
But they haven't even identified that individual as Tyler Robinson.
But what the fuck would he be doing there in shorts, period, then?
That's my question. Because it's like, okay, if you're planning on doing this, why would you come there and then leave and put on some pants?
Exactly.
They changed the color of his backpack.
If the defense does not beat this case, I would laugh my fucking ass off. It's like, dude,
keep in mind,
because
though,
all you have to do is prove that one of those guys is not Tyler Robinson.
It's not
and
Tyler
then you're gonna
Robinson.
be like, wait, so this guy, you said this was Tyler Robinson, but now this is not Tyler Robinson, but this one is. It's like, oh, the door is, yeah, anyway. I mean,
They
this
get
is
also, so hold on, there's something your guys are not paying attention to. What did Governor Cox and what do the charging documents say? They say he arrived in his purple outfit, walked to the roof, his maroon outfit, walked to the roof, changed into black clothes, right? And then puts the gun together, takes a shot, takes it apart, gets off the roof, changes clothes again. He's going to the roof in his same outfit that supposedly the shooter's going to the roof in. So we're already seeing an example of what they put forward in the charging documents not being true. So that's a little bit wazoo as well.
That was also pretty early on, though, too.
But let's get some super chats. We're gonna fall way too far behind if we don't cover these on breaks like this.
Chevy Twice, thanks for the super. Baron last night at that specific time discusses rounds found on another rooftop. Yeah, we don't know if that's confirmed or not yet. Like, we heard defense say it, but she never officially said there was one. She was just asking were there, cartridges on other roofs. And he said no.
Did they say real quick that Tyler Robinson
It
went
feels
to
like it's
TPU
full
to
of
meet
rocks.
with TPUSA representatives? Is that
No.
true?
Yes. Yes.
They
he
said-
did.
Ball doesn't
they said
feel
he went there to meet with them.
bouncy.
They said interact with them.
He said he met with TPUSA. Well, they were interactive with him when he did his first there in his regular outfit. But again, that was another one passing.
It's like bouncing it on the ground like that high.
I'm surprised that never
Like-
got brought up.
That was like a little layup.
I'm sure it will later.
No, I mean the people connected to TPUSA, like Andrew Colvin, Blake, that they
Yeah,
left that detail out.
Let's get back to the suit. We got a lot to get through. But for the Finlanders, the local Finland, Lane Beecraft, Aaron was saying the hearsay laws won't be relevant in the actual trial. Correct. The Bells, I don't think they expected TR to live to make it to trial.
Agreed.
Why does it want to go so low? It's so.
Looks
What do
like
I
they're
do?
talking
How do I make it
about,
less dense?
Off subject. Did you see our press introduce Nicki Minaj
Like,
yesterday?
oh, it's
Keep
flat.
talking about it. Are they?
I don't have a pumper.
Okay. All right.
Do I? I don't think I have a pumper.
All right, we're back in.
Was there anything that stood out watching that Zoom footage?
Left side's getting there.
For
Finally,
me on the
developing
Zoom version,
muscles.
it's apparent that Mr. Robinson, the individual jumping off the roof, is
That
carrying
just
an
make
item.
it.
Is carrying an item.
And you can see clear the clothing that he's wearing. Let's write that.
Mr. Sturgill, do you
I
want to
have pump.
respond to the
I'm
objection?
gonna have
It is
to.
leading.
I'll go ahead and sustain the objection. And then
I love my new watch thing. I wish that my watch was silver. I hate that it's black, but I love the watch strap. I love looking at it. I love it when it catches my eye in the light. I like that it's thin, like a women's watch. It's like slim. It's got this honker on it, but it's pretty exciting. Someone asked for a cartwheel.
I'll be back, guys.
No.
Bring me down, but I'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
I'm not wearing underwear. There's probably a fucking wet spot in my pants. Because they're made out of super thin material. I'm not gonna flash you my pussy print.
10:15, let's come back at.
Alright, Nate, you ready?
That was a real fucking fail.
Did Nate step away too? I think he
Yeah,
did.
Nate stepped away.
Might as well just read it.
No, he's not here.
Yeah, we can just keep going.
He's on vacation in South
take a look,
Florida.
Okay. Oh, Sheila is here. $5. Thank you. Says off subject. Did you see our prez introduce Nicki Minaj yesterday? Crazy. Can't make this stuff up.
What? I did not, but I want to hear more.
Well,
I didn't see that.
She's been supporting MAGA lately, so they need all the help they can get for good PR.
Introduce her as
I need to fill it out.
she's not even a citizen.
Alright, Jesse, you got this one.
Yeah, she's from the fucking Virgin
Ever
Islands
seen
or
in
something.
public? They say that they've seen him in public. Like, there's a picture of him, like one picture of him from a gas station, supposedly in Texas, and he looks exactly opposite from the transferring pictures you guys have seen. He looks like Taylor, whatever his name is, if he was ugly and, had bad skin.
Taylor Lautner?
Yeah.
Yeah. Agreed. Jesse?
Remember, he was never meant to survive more than a couple of days, so all of this stuff is trying to retrofit a fake narrative after the same face. But I mean, I certainly think that is very possible, and that would make sense why there's so many obvious glaring holes in the story that they're trying to prove in court.
Lifted Lebo.
Oh, my
Shabbat
hell.
Shalom. Good morning, brother. Good morning. Someone get Nate a Frankfurter MRE so he won't be taking so many free breaks. Every time he goes, they say he's number 2. But... Alright, base.
Kirsty B90. Good evening, all. 5 p.m. in South Africa. Have my wine and ready to watch the show trial of the year. Moon Goddess, I feel obligated to ask, how's the PT?
Well, Moon, let us know. Let us know how your PT is going. Bust like Jesus. Let's go.
Buff like Jesus, that's I like that.
Jesus is crazy.
Yo, does anyone else think that David Hull looks like MC Serge though?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does.
Big time.
Jesse?
I'm surprised nobody has pieced together both Crooks and Robinson were caught on surveillance video at ice cream shops.
Ice cream shop.
Huh.
Now they're at a damn ice cream shop.
Is that right? What's that? And
I didn't know that about Crooks, but with Tyler's the DQ.
I would have to look that up, but that's interesting.
that is interesting.
Huh.
They're like, ice cream shops are notorious for having lax security that we can hack into their cameras.
Andy J, timestamp for Baron 3323 explains objections.
I can't do this for
okay,
shit.
Yeah, I still have to watch yesterday's. I was streaming for.
I'll look that up now myself. That's good. 3323. Okay.
Chris Sanders, I bet the cam cop self-deletes or something soon.
Yeah, my kid is so neglected.
I mean, you hope no one does that, but
So
you never know.
abused. So
Little
neglected.
Saigon, we were going to get evidence
He has
Lance is
nothing
really trans.
fun
Yeah,
ever
that's a
to
good
do.
question. They never proven it.
So bored
Yeah, I mean,
all the
they
time.
should-
He has nothing to
Like
do.
I've been saying in the chat, if their defense is
Poor
not
thing.
built around Lance framed Tyler
Probably
Robinson, it's
ever-
the lowest
ever
hanging fruit
survive.
of all time. If they watch one of my videos I did on that, one of them, and I did 4, it's like, this is your defense right here. They will not be able to prove that it's not Lance doing all of this. He's got a history of violence. Tyler Robinson did not. It would be easy. It's the easiest defense in the world.
Dude, this would
Basic
be
niche.
horrible line.
Thanks for the super chat. Couldn't y'all just pause it for commentary? When catching back up, we would eliminate the downtime created by breaks. I don't know.
It says how far
I'm
it
still on
is.
OCD. Pause for commentary. We could.
But the problem is it's already
I think
going
I'm
to
gonna
be
try
like
to
8 or
attach
9
that one
hours
outside.
to start. So
Yeah,
if we
no,
pause
it's
it
full
during
behind.
commentary, this could end up taking 13 hours. You know, that's a long day. And I think most of you guys wouldn't even stay that long. So Jordan Whitener. Def didn't take
He
opportunity
got a
to
piece
ask
of the
Bagley
bowling lane
if you
from
can see
his
the shot
favorite
taken in
bowling
video.
alley.
Smart move. Let it go to trial. No shot equals no case. No chance to retry the case.
Well, I was just talking to my wife about this. Doesn't necessarily mean they can't try to, find him guilty, but I'll say this, in the court of public opinion, if that's the best they have, vast majority of people will never believe Tyler's the shooter no matter
Where's my
what.
jewel?
Like, if you can't show us anything beyond that,
Without my
what we
jewel.
just saw, it's gonna be a tough sell.
And they want to put him to death.
that's the
No,
thing.
I'm not getting
Like,
ready for
if
winning. I
they
mean,
can't prove
yeah,
it's
I'm
a
just
felony,
trying
then
to
they
like,
drop the death penalty and drop some of the charges.
yeah, I
That's the way
finally
I
have
would do
all
something
of my
else.
stuff off
Like
of
murder
Adam's
too or
property
something
and
like that.
everything is here
Yeah.
now.
And I
So
got a
I'm just
timestamp,
trying to like
with Baron speaking
unpack,
on the objections, if you guys
finally,
wanna see it.
a little.
They can't convict him. They can't convict him of murder too. That they can't do. Like this is either premeditated murder or he's innocent.
Yeah.
There's no.
You're probably right there. Yeah, you're probably right there, Jesse.
Yeah.
Anybody looking for coverage and stuff, it's hard to do because of what Matt said, but we are all doing different things. Like I'm doing the morning show, you can catch me in the morning bays, and others will be at night. Valhalla did a great recap, so you can look for that later in the day.
Oh yeah, that will definitely be a late night Real Bays rant. No, I'm just gonna.
Yeah,
tell you.
I've been streaming at 9:30 Central. It's 9:30 p.m. Central, like at least 4 nights a week usually.
Stream the Checker says it's Big Tata Tatum. And Curry says, when asked to clarify, didn't the cop say the sound of the shot, in quotes, was synonymous with CK falling? I was sure there was a delay before he was pushed. It was a delay, for sure.
Oh, did you guys want to hear what Baron was talking about as far as the objections, or y'all?
We can do something like that on lunchtime. We
Okay.
can try to blow through these. Otherwise, we're going to be here for 2 hours after the show. So
Yeah, we couldn't get to all of them yesterday, so we want to make sure we're trying to avoid that.
Okay.
I gotta run over.
Nate, this is you.
Like during lunch, I'm gonna run out of here, but I'll be back after.
I got a buddy that can help identify what a courtyard is if you need help. Yeah, we've spent most of the trial so far identifying that.
Put that on Stacks. I just came from Dank's channel. I like that name.
Hey, should we look into who voted for the new 1102 laws? Then Caesar gets money from APAC. That would be interesting. Yeah, that's pretty bizarre.
That sounds like a Baron show.
Yep.
Moon Goddess, thanks for the super. Morning, guys. Just want my objection to be awake this freaking early noted. I'm staying in bed in my jammies as my active protest to this early crap.
Nice.
Respect.
And people were also asking about your PT. So, Ben Zyamic, I hope my boss doesn't find out I'm listening to the stream in the background while working. I appreciate you guys.
We gotta get the meta glasses, bro.
That's funny.
Hey guys, we just hit 19,000 in chat.
Uh,
All right, this is Nate.
Thanks for the play-by-play on this case, gentlemen. I work a 100-plus degree sandblast booth in Phoenix, and you've been making my days enjoyable. Oof. That's rough.
Wow. Let's see, Nana. Morning after seeing that Jesse on Fire was interviewed by Jones, and I'm spreading Charlie being alive still. I think he's possibly paid off just like Jones. Not saying for sure, but feels off. No, it's just
I'm just much
Jesse
smarter
sees,
than you are, Nana.
well, and Jesse sees things very different than most people, which is actually the biggest strength he has.
Hey, I've been on Alex Jones' show 5 times too, so that doesn't. you gotta blame all of us that have been on there if you can do that.
Yeah, I've never been invited, so anyway.
I actually hosted his show yesterday.
Yeah, that's
Which
great.
is awesome. Yeah. See, Heather Pandola. Is EK and Donald Trump Jr. there today?
Erica is.
I think they're all there, as far as I've heard. I think Donald Trump Jr. will not be there tomorrow or the rest of the week, from what I hear. Which frees up spots for podcasters to go in, which is a good thing. Veronica Kelly, love the way you cover events. I get to really get a feel for what is happening in real time. Thanks. And yeah, I mean, we're witnessing history together, whatever way it goes, and that's huge.
Yep.
Real
This
quick,
is our
you mentioned
jam.
that Project Constitution dropped today. That Erica Kirk has had a secret, like covered by the government, phone number in New Zealand since February of 2025. He said that to me because he was always like, dude, you're crazy. And then he actually hit me up yesterday. He's like, I can't believe I'm going to say this. I fucking think you're right. And I was like, told you, dude.
You must have loved that one.
Charlie's
I
in New
did.
Zealand.
Project Constitution, you know, like, I mean, I'd love it much more if Nate said it, dude. I feel a lot better with Nate.
We ain't
Yeah,
there
we'll see how
yet.
the trial goes. Attorney says, I wish all of Candace, Barron, and all of your evidence could be sent to the defense. Go Max, keep up the good work. Christ is king. I think some of it has been sent, and I know John Bray's stuff has been sent over as well.
Well, at this point, it doesn't look like they even need it.
Yeah, at the moment.
Blessed to be true. FYI, preliminary equals we heard. Trial equals prove it. Yeah.
Dude, I wonder if they, like, based on what I just saw, do you guys even think that, I don't even know if this merits a fucking trial. Oh, never mind, sorry.
Well,
but maybe, like, with the DNA evidence, I keep forgetting about that.
In Utah, I think, from what Barron was explaining,
It's fucking
like,
hot.
the bar for entry is insanely low. If you can even like tie Tyler Robbins to the area, then you're.
That's what I was saying is to put someone on trial for their life, it shouldn't be that easy.
No, I don't think so either.
Exactly.
Terrible.
Agreed. Nate?
I know Barron is at a funeral, but where's Coach and Zach Costello for your group viewing? Well, I mean, Coach was given the invite, so
Yeah.
He's got
probably
it.
busy. He streams before this, doesn't he?
Yeah, so
Yeah, right.
that's the
9 in
thing.
the
So
morning.
Zach streams around 2 p.m. Central, and that's pretty consistent. That's his regular schedule. Plus, he has other businesses, so he can't just freely kind of jump in like this, I don't think. And then Coach does his own show, and like we said, he was invited if he wanted to come. So let's see, Metarioskara. Free in afternoon, first time, no alarm to join, real life, all of my favorite guys. Bless y'all, love from the Netherlands, pronounced O-E as O-O.
Joe says that's a contradiction. Hearsay is not reliable. Utah is such a strange place. Yeah, to me, isn't that kind of like the point of hearsay?
Yeah.
Is that it's not reliable?
Right.
It's like in the definition of the word.
Hearsay is definitely not supposed to be reliable.
Yeah, no, I know my last super was off subject.
Yeah, hearsay just
and
means it's like, you just heard someone else say it. So it's like, yeah.
The
It's
telephone
Utah
game,
is-
dude,
is
which is notoriously not reliable.
Yeah.
Well, imagine having a law that allows that. That's even worse. But
It's crazy.
I know
Wait,
my
they
last super was
allow
off
hearsay in
subject.
Utah? Is that what you said?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's a
for the
law.
entire
It's
trial has
called,
been hearsay, dude.
It's called
Well,
evidence.
But it's allowed, like, in trying cases in
Yes.
in
In
Utah,
preliminary.
hearsay
in preliminary.
is
Preliminary
allowed.
only. Preliminary only. Not in
Trust
the
me,
actual
bro.
policy.
Okay.
Preliminary only.
And then they have to prove in trial that hearsay is it.
Yeah. Preliminary only.
All right, Nana says, I know my last super was off subject, and Jesse's your friend, but he feels off to me. It sucks because I like Jesse and used to listen to him. Hey, I mean,
Well,
keep
Jesse's
it
here.
out.
I could have just pretended that I didn't break the case, you know? I thought about it, I was like, dude, I realized that it took me 4 months, and I'm really good at this, and when it hit me, I was like, I'm not gonna be able to get anyone to be able to see this. This is probably gonna be murder on my channel, but I can't pretend I didn't fucking figure it out. 'cause I
Okay,
did.
so
All right,
I'm
Baze.
happy with that part of the garage
Who
now.
felt like who felt like the witnesses were more calm during cross? Like they want the truth out. We're about to see who is a puppet and who is a patriot.
Yep. Oh, let me put that. Oh.
Thanks to Trayel and Mama 90B for becoming new channel members. Much appreciated. Nate.
Go there.
Shelster
I'm out of the
says
way
this
over
hearsay
here.
apocalypse is so insane. You can't avoid going to Utah at all costs. You could be accused of a crime with zero evidence, so dangerous and unconstitutional. Thanks for streaming, fellas. Again, I don't know how many times we're going to talk about it. I think me and Matt were both, like, we knew hearsay was allowed, but I think we were both shocked at, like, what that really meant for the trial. As in, like, hey, Tara Farnsworth said this video's good, so put it in evidence.
Even though it's edited.
And the judge was like, yep.
And they're allowing their star witness to just send in a video. He's also, here's what happened. They're like, you know.
Yep, trust me, bro.
Watching with my wife from Beaverton. Hell yeah. Thanks for the
Beaverton.
coverage. That's just north of us, man. Very cool.
What? Are you in Eugene?
I made my mistakes and have been on both sides of the law. This isn't justice. This is a conspiracy masquerading as a circus.
Well, the good news is if I'm right, Tyler Robinson almost certainly is a consumer of like torture stuff, and that's how they picked him out. But, you know, so he got no,
that's
there's no love
definitely how
there
they
anyway.
That's definitely how they target people.
Yeah.
Told you.
People that have, you know, CP and stuff like that that they can very easily blackmail.
He was just kidding, YouTube. Dorothy Emery.
Right.
Barron showed Tater. He called him Ozempic American.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he did.
I showed that clip on my stream last night. That's hilarious.
He needs to up the dosage because it's not working very well for him.
Yeah, we're kind of skinny.
He needs some added.
What did you call her? Pudgy. She's thick. Kathy Nestor's thick.
Hey, we kill black guys.
Hey. Alright, here we go.
Nothing yet on that. I imagine we'll have to wait for the trial. That's going to be on the defense to bring up stuff like that. The prosecution ain't going to say a goddamn word about anything like this, man. So that'll be on the defense.
Someone
Jay
said
Robinson?
big boned, big boned.
Thanks for becoming a. This is Nate.
So was it the guy with the?
Honey, why are you like this right now? Is there another fucking mouse in this house? No. Nobody's coming in here. Everyone out of the kitchen. Out of the kitchen. Let's go out of the kitchen. Go, back up. Back up. Back up. Good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Don't you touch that stuff. Do you want to go outside? I'm going to vacuum. I think you're probably going to want to. What's the deal? It looks really cool in here now. It's like so much better in this little area. It feels cozier. Okay, so now you need to attack this area. I had to take a hula hooping and a fun break. You have to stop and have fun. Life isn't meant to be all work. You're supposed to like make yourself have fun. Do you want to go outside? You can go outside. You cannot go in there. What do you want? Come here. I'll take you out. Outside? Oh, you want to lay down in the kitchen, don't you? Ow, hair. Fuck. Hair caught the phone. Hold on, wait. Damn it. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, lay down. So like these cardboard boxes over here, I kind of want to save them because I'm feeling like I might want to make something out of. Yes, it is. Money. I kind of want to make a like a shelf out of cardboard. I just need to get masking tape and I think. Alright, let me go put these towels upstairs. Oh, money! Dude, you're really pissing me off today, Kat. No! fucking attacking me because I won't let her out. Oh, I do need to wash my work clothes. Oh shit, fire, fucking shit. Honey, money, you guys gotta go. I'm like getting irritated now. You're fucking underfoot everywhere I turn. There you are. Oh my god, there's like so much. I'm gonna have to vacuum again. There's so much dirt coming out of my pants. Oh, I knew it. I knew there was gonna be something in the pocket. Come on. Come on. Let's go, come on. Come on, no. Ah! You scared me. Go, get out of here. Do not attack me. Don't attack me. I know you want to go outside so bad. I know you do, but you can't do it. Oh my god, my floor's a mess already again. Here, Orly, go outside. I'm gonna vacuum. Here, outside. Okay, well, I'll show you what I'm gonna do. So you know. You wanna go outside? You don't wanna go outside? Okay. I asked you and you said no.
Gun walk. Witnesses.
When did you leave the SBI?
Oh my god, that is not a Chinese
That's
Timu
the
vacuum
Yes.
at all.
March of this year.
March of this year?
Yes.
So
That
you
is
were
an
involved in this
Atrix backpack vacuum.
investigation from
Atrix is the
September
company
to
who
March,
makes
basically.
the
Yes.
crime scene investigator
your new
vacuums, the
position
ones
at
that they
Post, what
use.
is your new
It is a
position?
very,
I'm an
very
investigative
high
sergeant.
quality vacuum.
So you
That
investigate
vacuum
potential wrongdoing
is
of
the
police
third one
officers?
I've ever bought.
Okay.
When I moved to Oregon, I left my other ones with my sister so she could have a cleaning
When you
business.
were first brought into this case
This
in
is a
September,
commercial
is it my
vacuum
understanding from your
meant for commercial
testimony
use,
that
but
you
it
were
is
not
so affordable.
engaged in any
It's
way with this event
less expensive
prior
than a
to getting
Dyson
the
and it
call
works
after
100
the
times
shooting?
better
Is that
and
correct?
has a HEPA
Correct.
filter.
Does the SBI on occasion assist other agencies with preparing for big events like this or not?
Okay,
That's not typically
finally.
something you do.
Not something that I've ever been involved
Oh,
in.
you mother-
Okay. And what time did you arrive on campus that day?
I believe it was shortly after 1:30.
So approximately an hour after Mr. Kirk had already been removed from the.
Approximately, yes.
And were you involved in
Laundry.
Hi, Alan, Max, wow. Putting up any drones into the air? Were you part of that?
Wait,
or were
I
you
find
not?
this after I buy one from the store.
So how quickly after you arrived on scene did you become aware that you were actually going to be in charge of the scene?
I believe it was approximately an hour after, so what would have been approximately 2:30.
So for the first 2 hours, you were not in charge?
For the first 2 hours, I wasn't. I didn't arrive till 1:30, so
Okay. And once you came from on high that you were basically going to be in charge of the scene, what was your first priority? What were you focused on?
we were focused on, through our major crimes team and our lieutenant, putting together an investigative team and developing initial assignments and a plan as to what we were going to do moving forward.
And part of that is protecting any potential forensic evidence that may be found on the scene. That's clearly important, right?
Correct.
Preserving the scene, right?
Correct.
But it
And we
sounds
have
like
these
that's not really your area. That was more maybe Agent Falmina's area.
Agent Falmina was assigned to process and document the crime scenes. It was my understanding that the known
There
scenes
we
of that
go. Heather.
crime, amid the chaos, had been contained and had been secured by the on-campus officers who were already on scene.
And what's your understanding of what the known scenes were? In other words, the area where there might potentially be evidence that you needed to process.
I know that the amphitheater area was cordoned off and managed as best it could with the
And
number
then
of
they
people
immediately paved over the
I was also
entire
made aware
scene.
that there was a rooftop area that had been
Charlie Kirk was
secured,
murdered and they
also an
fucking
area
removed
off of the
10
side
inches
of
of
that building
soil.
that had been secured by an officer.
And that building was the Losi building.
They removed
Correct.
10 inches of
Wasn't
soil
there
and
also
then
a bullet found on another building?
they paved over it.
I believe an unfired bullet had been found on another building sometime during my time there on September 10th.
Which building was that, sir?
I don't recall.
Was that considered a scene that was worth preserving?
It was not. My recollection is
Yeah, 'cause they
that
didn't
was
preserve the
accounted
scenes.
for as an ejected cartridge from an officer who had cycled his rifle.
Okay, I thought you said it was a unfired bullet. Now you're saying it was
That's
a
correct.
cartridge?
When a weapon is cleared,
Uh-huh.
an officer would make his rifle ready, which would chamber around.
Oh, I got you.
And my understanding was that that's how that was accounted for.
So an officer claimed if that bullet belonged to him or her?
That's my recollection, is that was how it was accounted for.
And when was that accounted for?
I don't know specifically.
Do you remember what type of bullet that was?
I don't.
Was it a 30-06? Do you remember?
I don't.
No, of
Do you
course
know
it
what
wasn't.
bullet is now? So you had the amphitheater area that had to be preserved. And how far out did that stretch? The entire amphitheater or just the area around the tent or what?
My understanding was the entire amphitheater area was cordoned off. And there were attempts to secure campus itself with a
Clean?
perimeter of
These are
officers
clean,
who were
except for
monitoring
two.
or preventing people coming and going.
Are they clean?
When you
No,
arrived
it's
on the
stuff to
scene,
get
were you
washed.
aware that an individual had been taken into custody?
I had heard that, yes.
Did you ever have any interaction with that individual?
I did not.
And were you advised at any point that that person was no longer a person of interest?
Information was passed down that the individual was not considered to be a suspect in the shooting.
And when was that time-wise?
I don't recall specifically, but I know I was on campus when that happened.
So whoever arrested him as a potential suspect got that wrong. He wasn't an actual suspect, right?
Sorry, got what wrong?
That he was the shooter.
The person I believe to be the shooter was not the individual who was taken into custody, correct?
And then was there anybody else taken into custody as a person of interest?
There were several people who were detained for questioning and who were interviewed throughout the investigation.
And none of those people were ultimately, they were all ultimately cleared by you or somebody connected with you.
Correct.
And were there any other guns confiscated on the scene that day?
There were other firearms that were located on the scene, yes.
How many guns were confiscated?
I don't know specifically confiscated, but I know that there was a firearm found in a backpack that was accounted for during the day.
What type of firearm was that?
It was a handgun,
Any other guns that were found on the scene?
not that I recall.
Do you recall an individual named Noah Gonzalez being interviewed?
I don't recall that name specifically.
Let me see if it refreshes your memory that he was an off-duty, I think maybe trooper that was on the scene that day and that was involved in recovering the holster. Does that refresh your
I
memory?
know that a trooper was interviewed having been on scene. I don't recall if it was Gonzalez. I don't recall the name, but I do know there was a trooper that was interviewed, yes.
Okay, and just a moment here. And do you recall the trooper that was interviewed saying that there was actually a gun found in that holster?
I do not.
You do not? Can we pull up? Exhibit hole 13
I could put this under my
and
bed.
just show it only to the witness for right now. All right, can we go to page 2 of that report? Do you recognize this report? Have you reviewed it as part of your investigation duties?
I do recognize the report now.
Okay, and this is a report prepared by, actually, Mr. Davis, who's gonna testify later in this matter, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and on page 2, this is the interview of Noah Gonzalez, is that right?
That's what I stated on page 1, yes.
And he's an off-duty trooper who happened to be there that day?
Correct.
And do you see on the second paragraph, does that refresh your memory about whether Trooper Gonzalez believed there was a gun found in a holster in that area of the amphitheater?
Trooper Gonzalez included in his report that there was a gun, yes.
Okay. When did you first personally go up to the roof at the time of that?
I don't recall. I know it was dark when I went up to the roof, so it would have been later that evening.
And at the time you went up there was already crime scene tape that had been placed around it?
There was an officer standing security.
Here's my coin jar that Elliot stole.
And to your knowledge,
Upstairs.
as the head of the investigation, did they ever find any bullets or casings anywhere on the Lucy roof?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did they ever find any bullets or casings anywhere around the Lucy building?
When you say around the Losi building, you mean how close? Around the Losi building?
Correct.
Not to my knowledge, no.
And then you've been talking a lot about a timeline here that seems, you talked about it when you were watching the video, but you also talked about the fact that you developed a timeline, is that right?
Correct.
And can you pull up,
Sewing.
please?
Sewing.
I'm pulling up on your screen your report that you prepared. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what's the date that you drafted that report?
Looks like September 14th, it says date created.
And that's the place where, if you could go to page 2, please. You see down at the bottom where you summarize Sergeant Bricker's report listing the timeline?
Yes.
Okay, and so it was actually Sergeant Bricker that prepared the timeline, is that right?
He prepared a timeline.
And you incorporated that into your report?
And created the timeline.
Separate from the one that's in the
Yes, using information obtained in the investigation.
And when did you create that timeline?
Over the course of the investigation, over a long period of time, after a lot of reviewing video and investigative time.
So, as of September 14th, Tyler Robinson had already turned himself in to the authorities, is that right?
Yes, I believe he turned himself in on September 11th.
So, prior to the time that Tyler Robinson turned himself in, have you all prepared a timeline?
A documented written timeline?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge. I don't know when Sergeant Bricker produced his specifically.
And isn't it fair to say that as of the moment that Tyler Robinson voluntarily surrendered to authorities in Washington County, as of that moment, you all did not know who the shooter was, is that right?
We had identified a person of interest, but we did not specifically know who the shooter was at that time.
And you became aware that Mr. Robinson was voluntarily surrendering how? How did you become aware of that?
That information came originally, I believe, from the Washington County Sheriff to the administration at the control center at the university on the evening of the investigation, or the second evening of the investigation.
We'll get back to that in a minute, I just wanted to do the timeline. All right, now we're gonna go back to the videos that we've seen and the
I don't think this works.
question that I just asked before, which is it fair to say that nothing about the video of the individual on the roof revealed to you, you couldn't see facial features, you couldn't see what they were wearing, correct?
Of the individual on the roof.
Correct.
I know that there was a meeting to discuss perhaps a pattern in front of the show that was observed to an individual.
Okay, that's fair. But at that time, as of the 11th, before Mr. Robinson turned himself in, you all had not been able to determine that, is that right?
Determine who he was, or
No.
determine distinguishing features?
Determine distinguishing features of the video of the person.
Yes, we had a person of interest, and those images were released to the press.
You're talking about the ones in the stairwell from the
Correct.
parking garage.
Correct.
But the video on the roof was not distinguishable, fair?
That video as a standalone
Yes.
was not. No.
Okay. And in fact, the video on the roof, well, straight up. Is it true that you had some spectators that you interviewed that had gotten a photograph a few seconds before the shooting of someone on the roof?
So I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did you at some point in your investigation collect from two young men who were present at the event a video that they had taken of someone on the roof about 10 seconds before the shooting?
Yes, a video, yes, not photographs. A video was collected from an individual who had a video.
And ultimately, some screenshots were taken out of that video, is that right?
By,
By you?
not by me, no.
Okay. That's fine, it could have been something. But did you see the video that those young men took?
If you're referring to the video that is looking north and shows an individual dressed in dark clothing.
So once I get my bookshelf, I can get rid of this
That is
because
the
this
video.
has all
I've
the
seen that
DVDs in
video.
it.
Did you review the interview of those young men?
I did not.
Do you know how they described the person on the roof?
I don't know if I read it or if I heard it, but my understanding was they believed it was Overwatch or some kind of a police Overwatch for the event.
Okay.
That's my recollection.
And do you remember anything specific about the person's build that they discussed when they described the person on the roof?
I do not.
There is a portion of the video after the individual jumped off the roof, which we all saw here, where the individual crosses
So grateful this case is
campus
on.
drive. Is that right?
Correct.
And
Something
there's
just
a
like
moment
mindlessly listen to in the background or whatever, just sounds.
right in front of
Correct.
And is this the moment where you are submitting that he was holding a gun in his hands?
As across the road,
Yes.
from my observations, would show that he's carrying an object in his hand, as concealed or in a bag,
Object.
and it is long and has the appearance, based on my training and experience, it could be a firearm.
But do you see a gun anywhere? The actual gun?
In the video?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Anybody that was driving by on Campus Drive that day report to you or any other investigator, hey, we just drove by a guy with a gun.
For all we know, it could be a sex toy.
Standing right by my car.
We did not receive any reports to that
I
effect.
said the exact same shit in my videos covering this.
You see him with a gun.
Also, when you were revealing the timeline, exactly how long was there between when the person was prone on the roof and when the shot was taken?
If you would like to replay the video, I can time it for you, but I don't recall. It was my guess, I would estimate between 15 and 30 seconds.
So between 15 and 30 seconds to lay flat, take a shot, and get up and run off, right?
I think you asked how long he was prone. I
Right.
think it took longer for him to crawl into position
Okay.
and then establish a position and then take the shot. He did be prone for approximately 15 to 30 seconds, but the video was very fast.
Wow, that's fast.
I was just gonna say,
That's so fast to
that
take a
makes no
shot like
sense.
that. That's, this dude's an insane shooter.
I don't think he even knows.
I'm telling you, as a dude that
I want
does
to talk to you for just a minute about the video that was taken. And I'm not gonna get into it. I'm not gonna show it, just so that he's concerned about leaving the courtroom. I'm not gonna show it. But there was a video that was taken by Mr. Ty Phillips from behind the individual that was speaking to Mr. Kirk.
Correct.
And it showed like a dead-on view of Mr. Kirk and his parts of his security team. Is that right?
When do you put the gun together,
And then
guys?
you also had video that you described that shows the back of the tent at the moment the shot happened. Is that right? Behind Mr.
Are
Kirk.
you referring to the UVU video in the breezeway?
Yes.
We have that video, yes.
Okay. And can you pull up the last video? The last clip? I want to show you, just you.
Oh, wait a minute,
this
shot
clip.
right in the face.
That is a little clip from that video under the breezeway that's behind the tent, right?
Right.
And just to be
Yeah, you
clear,
should warn
this
them.
area behind the tent would not have been visible to anybody that was on the low seat building. Is that fair?
I can't answer that question.
Because you're not allowed or because you
It was
don't
from
know?
One of the platforms said it was gonna kill the stream. If people are being disrespectful in chat, scroll out.
Did YouTube give a warning?
It went fast. It looked like it came from Streamlabs, but it was,
Was it a comment?
Amazon or not?
it's in the
Thank you for bringing that up.
Oh, here.
Here it is, I got, oh, it's at 11:51.
Just watch this clip for just a minute, just one little clip of.
Well, hey, mute this real quick, Matt. Mute the stream real quick. All right, hey, again, moderators, we talked about this before the stream. So moderators on all channels. You seen anything disrespectful, anything racist, anything xenophobic, you ban those people immediately. Yep. Zero tolerance. F YouTube, that, ban immediately. Sorry, but yeah, we can't have stuff like that during the stream. So, anything like that, they gotta.
I'm literally cleaning it right now, Jan.
He said 51
Open your
minutes.
fucking eye holes, idiot.
I don't see it.
That's all right. So again, moderators, anything crazy like that, auto ban on streams like this. Don't even wait. Immediately ban. Be avoid anything crazy like that. No, the thing is weird is I don't see a message anywhere else. I see nothing in Streamlabs, I see nothing in YouTube, nothing anywhere.
I'll be back in an hour, guys.
We're
Sorry, it came from Streamlab, it was in Streamlab chat. I'll find it, I'll screenshot it, and then I'll send it to you.
now make sure you differentiate. Is it kick or
I
is
think
it?
it might have been Kick, I think it said Streamlab, and then there was a Kick thing next to it.
Oh, I don't care about kick. We're good. But again, for moderators, that's still
Here
standard.
it is, I got it.
Let's not worry about it. We can get back to it. Yeah. Sorry guys, just want to make sure that we were gonna get the stream killed. So. All right, cool. Back in.
And so just as a reminder to all the parties, it's on the monitor, please be cognizant of that. It will not be displayed on the main monitor. Essentially, may proceed.
Thank you. Do you remember that? Does that refresh your memory of what's in that clip?
Yes.
And having reviewed that, at the time the shot was fired, there was no one standing directly behind the tent. Is that correct?
You'd have to show me it again. I wasn't specifically looking for that. So I can ask that question. I can view the video again.
Okay. And just before you do that, I think you testified before that Mr. Kirk would have been dead center behind that banner. Is that right?
Approximately.
Okay, so.
Can you use
what
that
I'm asking
phrase?
is anyone behind that banner, dead center behind Mr. Kirk, if there was any.
Stop saying dead center, you idiot.
Go ahead.
Every juror is thinking it right now. She's doing it on purpose. She's trying to throw the case
There's a
because
videographer on the
he's
right
supposed to
side.
be found guilty. It's gonna be a
I can
fucking,
only see
dude,
as far as the
y'all,
video
I
allows.
anticipate they're gonna find him guilty because they're trying to encourage us
You can see, is there
to,
anyone directly behind the middle of the tent?
you know,
Yes,
revolt.
there's a videographer still.
They want us to revolt
To the
because
right,
then they can militarize,
correct. But
us
directly
all,
in the middle of the tent.
put us in a
there's no one
police
standing.
state
No one stood in the middle.
because we're insurrectionists if we are go against,
All right, I wanna talk
you
now.
know,
about
oh, well,
the
he was
TP
found guilty by a jury of his
I
peers.
wanna talk now about the TPUSA video that you got, that was the angle that was taken from
After they've
behind
told the
Mr.
world
Kirk
that
while he
it's
was
this
talking,
guy already.
Looking out at the audience during, when the shot was fired. Do you remember that video?
The visual impulse videos?
Yes,
Yes.
right? Is it true that Visual Impulse provided 4 videos?
Yeah, I believe there were 4 total videos that encompassed
Back to it.
everything that they provided to us, yes.
But the one that you showed, that's only one of the 4 that they provided to you?
That one that was shown had a Bates number. It was an item that was provided by the Utah County Attorney's Office.
Okay, but were there more that you haven't seen in this courtroom, in this prelim, that you got from?
There's the original footage.
Right. But were there other angles that are not shown here in this prelim?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to. Thank you. Alright. Were you involved when the gun was located in the forest area?
I was not involved in the search for the gun, no.
Did you get notice when it was located?
From the footage that we reviewed, we identified an area that we believe could be potentially of evidentiary
Money,
value.
get your fuck ass out of
And
there.
then it was secured,
And then I was notified that as a result of that search, a gun had been located, yes.
Were you involved in the processing of that gun? In other words,
I was not.
boxing it, shipping it, sending it wherever?
Stop
it was
trying to
gonna go?
escape. You cannot go outside. Okay, now I have access to my closet. What's it gonna do?
All right, now I want to shift to the autopsy for just a moment. You were not present at the autopsy, is that right?
I was not.
So anything you know about the autopsy was not from personal observation?
No, other than from my meeting with the medical examiner and his report, no, I was not present.
Did you meet with the medical examiner after he had conducted the autopsy?
I did, yes.
And when you met with him, did you provide him information about what you all had learned in your investigation so far?
We didn't have any reason to provide any investigative information to him. The purpose of the meeting was to establish what information he could provide to us.
Well, in fact, on the front page of the medical examiner's report, he talks about the investigation and information he learned. Did he learn that from you, or did he learn it from someone else?
Would be my recollection that he did not learn that from us, but I couldn't speak to how he did learn that.
So you didn't share with him your conclusions about what happened, or how Mr. Kirk was injured, or anything like that?
That's my recollection.
Okay, thank you. And is it also true that fingerprints that were taken from Mr. Kirk and autopsy photos were provided to you on a CD?
Yes.
Was there anything else provided to you from the autopsy other than that?
Other than the CD and the report?
Yes.
Not to me, no.
You did mention, not to you, were you aware of anything else from the autopsy going?
Well, so we don't miss anything. don't want to have the table in the way whenever I walk. This is like my path. So the table's gonna have here. These chairs around it, and it's my fucking kitchen table. Wally, you're being rude. You can't do that. What you're doing. If you want to go outside, you can go outside, but you gotta go out the back door. You're not going out the front door. You never go out the front door. I don't know why you think suddenly now you're gonna go out the front door. Oh my god. It's the living room, almost. And I got my little table right here with my little chair. And I can sit right here and I can eat my food on a table. I got a kitchen table now. And I like squatting anyway. I need like a big rug. These are gonna end up everywhere on this floor. Bunched up everywhere. I almost got a path to the kitchen. Yay, my living room is like not full of garbage and shit, and well, not literal garbage, but it's not full of all my fucking stuff anymore. That brings me joy, happy joy, joy. Happy, happy joy, joy, happy, happy joy, joy. Happy, happy joy, joy, happy, happy joy, joy. Happy, happy joy, joy, happy, happy joy, joy. Happy, happy joy, joy, joy. I'm trying to figure out this charger that Josh got me. I'm charging my watch in my bed. It's charging. We could do the little candles here. Or that's already a clusterfuck. Let's do them here. of a bitch. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21 batteries. Batteries. Sounds like fancy. Never trust anybody with your whole entire heart. That you don't know personally, like your mom is the only person you should trust like that.
Are you aware of anything that was transferred after Mr. Burns' autopsy?
I'm aware there were items transferred for evidence, yes. Recent fragments of a bullet casing. I know Mr. Cook's personal items to be returned to the family. There's a written call for
Do you know how many fragments from the bullets?
I don't.
Shouldn't you have maybe studied up on that before coming to court?
I'd like to talk a little bit about the ring camera that you obtained, and you interviewed a woman named Ms. Green, is that right? To get that ring camera that we watched from the car on the outside.
We interviewed her to verify the authenticity of the video, yes.
Were you involved in that interview?
With Ms. Nolan, yes.
Do you recall what they told you about what they remember seeing in and around that car that night?
I don't recall. I just know we were there to verify the video. I didn't end up in the video with Ms. Nolan.
Will you please bring up do you remember that, looking at that interview, does that refresh your recollection?
He should have his recollection refreshed considering he's the representative of the police in court on this man's life.
And you didn't mention that today when we were talking about that ring camera. And did they also tell you there were 3 other people in the car?
Yes, I believe they thought that was the case.
Oh, is that right?
I'll leave it back if I can to the scene itself, the preservation of the actual scene where the filmmaker passed. Did you all have canine dogs that you point at scene of that area?
Uh-oh.
This is from independent YouTuber right here. No, the canines were present, the right canine was present on the day.
Do you know what task the canine was given?
My understanding is that it may have been used in an effort to track an individual who had jumped off the roof, but I don't know for certain.
And obviously that didn't
The frick.
produce any results, or you would have heard about that, right?
Yeah, that was made around.
Do you know when the tent and the stuff was actually removed from the scene?
I don't. I would imagine it would at least a couple of days, if not longer than that, before anything was removed from the scene.
You didn't have to give permission to remove the tent?
Me, personally?
Right.
No.
So you're not sure when it was removed? And were you involved in the decision to pave over the dirt that was under the tent?
I'm gonna need to hang that thing up so I can hang the hats and shit up.
Only because it's in the news.
Right. But you don't know when or who ordered that?
You're the lead investigator. It's getting good.
And it's true that during the time before Mr. Robinson turned himself in, you all received lots and lots of tips from the public. You got there. You received tips of death threats that Mr. Kirk had received before the shooting. Is that right?
Oh!
I'm sorry, did we receive threats that Mr. Kirk had received before the event, or?
Let me clarify.
Thank you.
As you were going through tips that the public was giving you, did you receive tips about online death threats that you made against Mr. Kirk prior to this death?
There was a huge variety of tips and
I
information.
need a cup for
suggestions.
all these remotes. This one's gotta go in my room probably.
Some of those filtered
Can I use
right?
old?
Some of them filtered their way down to us, but predominantly
I wish
that was being handled by our state information.
all of these
system.
were remote controlled. I wonder if this one will work.
And you also got multiple tips about potential suspects, people who thought they were arrested people in the picture, right?
Yes, there were different calls.
This one I have to set myself.
And you had 5 of those.
Correct.
Timer.
And then Mr. Robinson turned himself in.
So this one goes on a timer. That's kind of cool.
Yes.
And is it your understanding that
Money.
the individual they used to facilitate
And then I've got these that cast light. They're really
Robinson
cool.
turning himself in was someone
I'm gonna go put these outside.
that had been connected to law?
Well, I'm not related to the family, I don't know his connection specifically with Mr. Robinson, but I am aware that his name was used to facilitate Mr. Robinson turning himself in.
And were you aware that he was one of his Boy Scout leaders? Did you know that?
I think I heard that at some point. There was a connection, I just.
So it wasn't the parents.
And
Wow.
Mr. Robinson, in fact, no police went to go arrest him. He drove
Come on, get
himself,
down.
He was driven
Go,
with
get
his
down.
parents to the Washington.
Come on, get down.
Police Department.
Come on, down.
That's my understanding, yes.
And he
Thank
voluntarily-
you.
That's my understanding, yes.
And there's no camera
That was the
footage.
first moment you ever knew his name connected with this case.
Yeah, aside from the image that we had, that was the first time that we had a.
I love you too. And no, you can't go outside.
And did you personally ever meet with Mr. Robinson? And as far as you know, Mr. Robinson did what he said he was going to do. He told police he was coming, he was coming peacefully, he was coming with his parents, and nothing bad would happen.
I don't know any other specifics of how he was arranged to turn himself in. In terms of what we've described, I just know that it was being facilitated at the sheriff's office.
That's an just what
Yes.
She's good.
Well, exactly what I said when I asked Jones, the David Gary, I said I was wrong.
Can't wait to see how he spelled.
So you're the witness, Sheriff.
Who's right on the state?
That was the output.
So we go back to the things that Ms. asked you about. First of all, the unfired bullet. It's your understanding that that bullet was counted.
That's what I feel like, yes.
Possibly belonged to an officer that could have maybe been fired as well.
Yes, that's what I recall being told about that particular item, yes.
Are you aware of, the points there were police officers present?
On the side table. Good idea.
I know prior to my arrival,
And this plug over here is I think controlled by the light switch.
It was a dynamic and active scene that I believe was originally being treated that there was an active shooter on campus. So there was a large rapid response of law enforcement who were actively trying to clear, secure, and ensure that the campus was safe. If that answers the question.
The entire campus?
Yes, correct.
And what types of officers were there clearing the campus?
Originally they
Okay, so
were
the bottom one,
local units.
damn it! The bottom one is operated by the light switch only, but the AC has a weird plug, and so it has to be in the bottom one. That kind of sucks.
And those specialty teams and any other officers, how were they?
But that's okay.
What type of equipment were they?
I believe
We'll just do it by
most
hand.
officers carry a sidearm, a handgun, and most officers in this day and age are equipped with a rifle platform as well.
When you said that it was possible that round was from an officer clearance,
What are you doing?
what exactly are you doing?
Our standard practice in our department is to carry a rifle cruiser ready,
That works.
which is we carry our rifles in this situation.
Okay, now look.
We don't have a round chambered.
Oops.
So if an officer deployed with his rifle, he would chamber a round.
Look at my living room.
Doing in order to put that weapon
Oh my
back,
god.
he would eject the magazine and eject the round.
Yes, a nice spot to sit and draw. Oh my god, genius.
Have you personally done that yourself?
We did that at training.
Thank you.
I've done that in the field.
Thanks, Mom. Kitchen's a
Is
mess.
that something that's common?
The living room looks great. Hold on, I gotta send a picture to Elliot.
I believe
Do you remember that question?
Oh, it looks
yes,
so
I think I
good.
was asked whether he had
It
a
looks
gun
so
in,
good.
or I had seen a gun in his hand in the video.
I need stuff on the
You
walls, but
said
it
that
looks
you did
good.
see something in his hand.
Correct.
Okay, I want you to go back.
Oh,
What?
An object.
I have a round tablecloth.
Stood up on top of those who go across. I believe to the northeast corner. When did you get this? And is it easier to see in that enhanced video?
The Zoom version of the video makes that more clear to see.
And then after he drops down off the central ring, is there any kind of that point in time that making this great stride?
Oh my god, thank god, I hate the color of this table.
Yes,
Since Stevenson lands on the grass, it's almost like he either drops it or goes into a crouched position, and then when he returns up from that, it is again clear that there is some kind of environment.
A Phil Lindsay backpack type of item.
It appears to be
Exactly.
black and it appears to be longer.
anything else about that?
No.
I didn't know. It's exhibit 9. See, it's exhibit 9. It's certainly a black backpack.
It looks like a weird smiley face. It looks like a weird smiley face. You see it? Like a gonzo smiley face? I hope my brain unsees that.
The breezeway underneath the whole flags is.
And the view is from behind where people who anticipated Mr. Kurz was on the other side. What appears to be a banner in that tunnel.
Yes.
And on the other side of that banner is the tent and the rest of the building. Is that correct? Do you remember seeing the banner
Yes.
in the video? Okay. And
You're referring to the back of the public temple?
correct, yes.
Yes.
And do you remember, what do you remember about that?
It has some kind of an emblem on
Oh,
it,
but wait.
that forms the back portion of the public temple.
Is it opaque? Is it transparent?
No, you can't see through it. It's white, and you can't see
Cut
through it.
this.
And how much of the tunnel does that banner, I guess it's what they construct?
I
wonder
couldn't
if I
say.
can figure out how to let my
I'm
plant
assuming
grow
it's a
up
20 by 20
this.
gazebo, so it would block out the area of the back of the tent.
Okay, I gotta figure that out.
And you would not be able to see through it. You would not be able to see through it from the audience side of the amphitheater.
And what about the tunnel side of that back? Can you see to the tunnel side in the opposite direction?
You cannot, no.
Can you see Mr. Kirk on the other side of that back?
You can't, no.
Well, the exhibit or Mr. Happy wants just, I believe, 3 seconds. That exhibit is actually much longer than what Miss Nestor had to do.
Correct.
And leading up, and again, I'm referring to that view, how view of that surveillance camera, leading up to the shot, what's going on behind that back?
There are representatives, I believe, of TPUSA, but there are representatives of TPUSA, there are law enforcement representatives. I don't know if there's any student body, but essentially people are moving to and fro behind that area. A couple of individuals are retrieving an instrument. There's consistent movement behind and in there.
Directly behind the banner.
Correct.
Miss Nestor asked you about the wooded area that Mr. Ross entered.
Yay, perfect.
Miss Nestor brought that up, and I believe their testimony has been today and yesterday that you witnessed Mr. Robinson enter a wooded area on at least 3 occasions. Is that fair to say?
Yes, on his second visit to the campus and on the visit where
I'm gonna have to separate those. I gotta do so much work on my plants.
On those 2 occasions, the wooded area that he entered, were they different parts of the wooded area, or was it the same?
Yay!
Be the same.
There's a video of that.
You're aware that a rifle was eventually discovered?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that that rifle was discovered in a wooded area?
It was in the wooded area where we believe Mr. Robinson entered the wooded area, yes.
And that rifle was discovered on this one?
Yes.
Ms. Nestor asked you about a variety of tips including threats. Mr. Kirk, I think
We shall
we'll
see.
do that.
Yes.
Oh my god. Yeah, I need better rugs. I just don't have rugs yet. But oh my god, it looks so good. It's just the couches, the dogs. So no, not for me. Chair? Yes. So I'm gonna put like probably some plants behind there. I want to get like a tree type plant right here. And then I want to get like all kinds of plants. Dangle, 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 dangle. And then I want more plants to be here as well. And then I want to be able to, this is my kitchen table, so I want to be able to, you know, sit here and eat my food and stuff like that. But I definitely do need like a rug, a big rug in here.
Did law enforcement follow up on
They're like $80 though, and I just don't want to spend that amount. And I don't want to buy a rug specifically. That's like buying a mattress from Goodwill, you know? It's a little too personal for me.
Finally, Ms. Nestor
People aren't anal retentive about their carpets the way I am, so I don't particularly want to share something like that.
whether
Have small
Robinson
bistro table and have an
voluntarily
outside
rents
inside. Oh yeah, that is a good idea. I have that nice glass one as well.
single use, is that right?
Yes.
I do like the low.
Washington County.
I have those floor pillows, those square ones that are like teal.
Well, he
Um,
showed up there voluntarily, is that right?
so-
Correct.
What was your understanding as to why he was?
I do like
showing
the
up there
low
voluntarily?
table. I have another table that I was
He
supposed to be
had
my kitchen table.
informed, I believe,
It's like
his
that little round one that I'm
immediate
using out in the
family
rug
that
stuff.
he'd been involved
I'm
in the
muted.
And that he wanted to turn himself.
Close it out and open it up again.
That'd be good.
Close it and reopen. I want to turn this whole area over here into a plant area, but I really need it for pots and pans and stuff.
It stands up and runs across the top of the low building. Is there?
Hello.
Do you notice whether at that point,
I'm
after
gonna
he
make
stood
something
up
to eat, I guess.
until
I don't know.
you see him last, at least in that
In
first
my
video,
kitchen.
do you notice whether he's walking or running with them?
He is not. From the time he left, after going over the railing, when we see him on the video move out.
When we
to
see the
position,
individual
correct,
on
and then leave the
camera,
position,
you're making it
there's
attached
no
to him.
longer
You're saying
visible
him.
local gate.
It's not necessarily him.
Ms. Nestor.
No follow-up.
All right. May Agent Holt be excused?
Commissioner Rose.
Commissioner Holt, thank you.
We have just minutes.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break and allowing parties to confer. We're in a brief recess.
Whoop. It's clear, son. Hit that like, subscribe. I'll be. That'd be a. Yeah. Yes. That's fast. You have to prove it's him. They can't just can do it. Checked in his hand. We're talking. It is Jack.
Just to make a point. Thomas Crown affair.
Imagine the body hearing.
He is.
He said this is 7 ITR. Or sorry, mine. It's pink. Neither video footage. 190 people watching. Hey, we'll think about Olympic.
Right.
Yes, Your Honor. We intend to call Jennifer Falmolina, but before I do that, I move the admission of State's Exhibit 5.1, if I can approach the ledge.
Yes. Thank you.
Right out the immediate objection.
All right. Let me just.
Magonia needs to be
State's
repotted.
Exhibit 5.1 is.
Yes, Your Honor. Exhibit 5.1 is a self-authenticating 1102 statement issued by David Engelhardt from Turning Point USA.
Here's it.
And yeah, again, I say it's a self-authenticating document. As you can see there, it's got the evidence on page 1. Body of the 1102 statement is there on pages 1 and 2.
Money, it's not an open
I would
window.
say number 4 is kind of the foundational
Watch
statement,
right
paragraph
here.
4. But the self-authentication
wash my hands
portion
before I
is
touch
the
clean
notary
dishes.
acknowledgement on page 3.
All right. Attorney Dennis Genova.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the court, obviously, because the court can decide how much of this we discuss in open court, how much we discuss at the bar, so to speak, sidebar. There's initially a fundamental relevance problem with this 1102.
Here we go.
There are also there are other issues that I think that just to help the court parse.
Money,
the
Elizabeth,
evidence.
Aaron.
Start with the relevance. There are sub-issues. There's also a problem under 1102 because if the court looks at the last paragraph of this, Mr. Engelhardt, who is the purported author, refers to himself in the third person, so it's not clear to me who actually wrote the report.
Interesting.
And as Your Honor knows, 1102 says that prosecutors are not to assist witnesses in writing their own 1102 reports. That's not my primary concern, although I think it is an important issue because that's what the rules require. But the real question is relevance. And I guess the question is, does the court want me to do the speaking objection, because the court said no speaking objections. Should we approach sidebar? How does the court want to handle it? People can move their exhibits into evidence whenever they wish. I wasn't aware we were going to do it at this moment. I'm ready to proceed, but the question is how the court wants to handle these objections. I'm prepared to keep going in open court, but it's what the court referred to as a speaking objection.
No, I appreciate that. As it relates to.
Mike, can you get out of the kitchen,
here's
please?
My question for you, Mr. Novak, as you're, and again, I appreciate your discretion and highlighting points. Do you anticipate your arguments being of the nature that would defeat the purpose of
Everything is
if the
fucking.
court
God, this
does
is
not
so
admit
giant.
this, that you've already let the cat out of the bag with your argument, or do you feel that you
Uh-huh.
can make your argument
Whoops.
without compromising what is in the 1102, so the purpose of excluding it is still preserved?
I'll go as far as I think we can go, and then we'll just see. I mean, I do think I am not trying to conceal from anybody in the courtroom or the public our concerns about relevance. So why don't I, taking the court's lead, go forward publicly with my concerns about relevance, and if we reach a moment where it feels like further argument may deprive Mr. Robinson of his fair trial rights, we can approach.
All right, we'll proceed.
Okay, so then, what I'm going to do is I'm going to point out that this proposed exhibit, which is the 1102 statement of Mr. Engelhardt, is basically 4 paragraphs. The 4th paragraph identifies Mr. Engelhardt, although I say in the 3rd person, as a pastor and as an attorney who was a friend and a counselor to Mr. Kirk, and was involved in leadership of Turning Point USA.
Why is he? What is going on? Why is this man
So
speaking?
that identifies who the author is.
This is all weird.
Beyond that, it's not really relevant to any of the issues before this court. Paragraphs 1, 2, and 3. Paragraph 1 talks about Turning Point USA's status with the Internal Revenue Service.
Oh, what?
The
See, like,
purposes
what is
of Turning
going
Point
on?
USA. Within the context of the Internal Revenue Code.
Interesting.
And what I'll just refer to generically as the goals and objectives of Turning Point USA. And it also then talks in the 2nd paragraph about Mr. Kirk's relationship with TPUSA. None of this is
This is so weird.
Yeah, none of it's relevant to the case at all.
Unknown information that he was a founder, that he was the chief executive officer, and president of the board until his death. So I'm still not sure what the relevance is, and I guess actually what I should say is I don't believe there is any relevance.
There
to
isn't.
any of this information. Paragraphs
What
2
in the
and
fuck
3
is TPUSA doing?
are, and actually I'm going to preface this. My discussion of this is within the context of the rules of evidence, and there's nothing that I'm going to say here that is meant to
Oh, so he's gonna
derogate,
totally.
criticize, question Mr. Engelhardt's beliefs. What he says were Mr. Kirk's beliefs.
None of it has anything to do with
What Mr. Engelhardt says he
anything.
believes are tenets of Christianity. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is whether this document is admissible in this proceeding
It's not.
under the rules of evidence.
It's not.
Okay, so paragraphs 2 and 3 include not only Mr. Engelhardt's opinions, and now I'm going from relevance to opinion evidence. It's not clear to me whether it's lay opinion evidence, whether it's expert opinion evidence, but it's Mr. Engelhardt's opinions about a branch of Christianity, his opinions about a portion of the Bible, He quotes the Bible, and he talks about Mr. Kirk's religious beliefs. And I could go into more detail.
What does any of that have to do with anything about this man being the person that killed him or not?
If the court looks at the information, that is the document which lays out the allegations against Mr. Robinson, when I use the word information, I'm talking about the court document. There are, with respect to certain counts, what Utah Code refers to as a victim targeting enhancement. That is alleged with respect to count 1. It is alleged with respect to count 2. It is alleged with respect to count 7. And may I step away just to get my laptop?
You may.
So I see a lot of questions in the chat. This is part of Tyler Robinson's defense team, and they are basically trying to have what the prosecution is about to put forward as a witness completely thrown out because they don't believe it's relevant at all.
It isn't.
Yeah.
And as the court knows, but I want the record to be clear, when I refer to the what the information calls the victim targeting enhancement, that's Utah Code Section 76-3-203.14, which the code calls the victim targeting penalty enhancement. The information alleges, and this is, I'm emphasizing this, that Mr. Robinson intentionally selected Mr. Kirk because of Mr. Robinson's belief or perception regarding Mr. Kirk's political. And I'm going to focus, if I may, the court's attention on 2 things. One is, whose state of mind are we talking about? Whose state of mind is the statute talking about? And what aspect of the victim targeting enhancement is being invoked? The latter is the state invoking Mr. Kirk's political expression, and now I'm quoting the statute, as the personal attribute that the state alleges is the gateway to this penalty enhancement. And if the court will bear with me, because there's a reason why we have this in public, there are various categories for alleging, I should say there are various categories of personal attributes, that's the phrase the legislature uses, which authorize the pursuit of a penalty enhancement. And those personal attributes are listed in the statute A through R. I'm not going to read all of them, because the court knows they are. But political expression is subsection A. That is separate and distinct from the personal attribute that the legislature calls religion, which is subsection F. So what we have is an allegation that the personal attribute, which is one of the elements of this enhancement, the allegation that Mr. Robinson selected Mr. Kirk was based on his political expression. That's actually the exact same word, phrase, political expression, as is in the statute subsection A. Subsection, I'm sorry, the 1102 statement is predominantly about what Mr. Engelhardt described as traditional Orthodox Christian values. He believed in, that he believed Mr. Kirk believed in.
What does that have to do with the price of beans in China?
A crossover between personalism in politics. I think we can all acknowledge that. But the legislature and the information here are both favorable. So I'm concerned that 1102, the 1102 statement of Mr. Engelhardt goes far beyond the
scope of
scope
anything
of what would be
necessary.
admissible if the state has it to prove that Mr. Robinson targeted Mr. Kirk because of Mr. Robinson's belief or perception concerning Mr. Kirk's political expression. The second element of this is that the victim targeting enhancement focuses on the allegation of what is in Mr. Robinson's state of mind.
Right, not Mr. Kirk. What? You literally gave me the alert and then just died. That wasn't any kind of a warning. Oh my god. Mandate is up. Where's my fucking computer charger at? What the fuck? Wow, you fucking genius. Wait for that to turn back on and clean this shit up. Need to wash this. Let it dry in the dry washing machine. First one. What is it? What do I do with it? There it is. Are you ready? Oh, let me get you fresh water. No, my sink is empty. Yeah. Oh! Watch out, 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 watch out. Use this. Use this one. Dog water I've ever bought in my life. Oh wait, I didn't even buy this one. TikTok sent it to me to try. been going strong for 2 years. This dog waterer. I gotta tell my landlord about those things. She should get some for her thing. Don't like work at all, just to clog the drain. Okay, got it. Just for filtering. Making a filter. Making a filter. Burn, baby, burn. I've had this towel for like 5 years, and today is the first day that it is officially going where it belongs, on the front of an oven. So exciting. All right, fill this up. Oh, I forgot to turn my sound back on. I do always look mad. It's because I have, especially in the sunlight, it's because I have blonde eyelashes. And so my eye, like, you don't understand unless you have blonde eyelashes and you've used mascara. You don't realize how much your eyelashes actually shield your eyes from the sun. But because I have blonde eyelashes, they don't do that. When I wear mascara, I don't squint nearly as much. But my eyes are very, 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 very sensitive to light. even light inside. So if it's bright, it makes everything kind of blurry, and probably because I'm looking through my fucking eyelashes. I can see through my eyelashes. If I close my eyes like this, I can completely see what's going on. Blonde eyelashes. Win some, you lose some. When I wear mascara and my eyebrows are done, I can see like normal people. There's no inhibition of my vision by the light. Exactly. And also they're big too. Like it looks like if you look at it up close, it looks like a butt. And then my eyebrows, when I do them, especially with I have brown, like dark color on them, you can really see it, but it's like a stripper's butt. See the stripper doing the split? Stripper's doing a split, and the eyebrows are her thigh-high boots. It's a stripper doing a split. She's shaking her butt for you. There we go. Listen, of all the people in the whole wide world, you know better than anyone else that I really mean it when I say I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks about me. It's not just a fucking thing I say to make myself feel better. I genuinely mean it. Always be honest. It's just so much more freeing. I'm a human being. I poop just like everybody else, except for people who have colostomy bags and then they just drain into a fucking bucket.
Not what is in Mr. Kirk's views or deeply held beliefs, sincere religious beliefs. And so the evidence that the state needs to present is not what
Why don't you
Mr.
have
Kirk
books to write and
believed
draw on?
or said, or what TPUSA stood for.
I actually didn't do any of the drawing on my body.
What was in Mr. Robinson's head, if anything, about selecting Mr. Kirk because of Mr. Kirk's political expression, because that's the information. So, why TPUSA exists, what its founding beliefs are, what its leaders' beliefs are.
See, it's both ways. People hate my tattoos.
Mr.
People like my
Engelhardt
tattoos.
believes
There are
Christianity
both
is or
people
is not.
going both ways in the comment section. You can't please anybody, so don't bother trying. Just do what you're gonna do. Be content with who you are and where you are in life.
This is actually a second level here. I'll explain it.
All right, what do I want to make? I kind of feel like making granola.
Mr. Engelhardt's
Making it make some like
statements
brown
about
sugar and cinnamon oatmeal.
is in the Bible, specifically Matthew chapter 9. And so I would just ask this court the hypothetical question. If the
I can make
state
cake
asked the
pops.
court to take judicial notice of a portion of the Bible in order to prove this enhancement, because I can't see where else it fits into this case. I think, if I may, the answer would be no, it's not relevant. So instead, what we have is the state trying to use the affidavit of Mr. Engelhardt pursuant to 1102 to get the court to essentially receive into evidence the same information. It doesn't really matter here in this proceeding what the book of Matthew says. It doesn't matter what Mr. Engelhardt thinks. And again, I say this with all due respect to Mr. Engelhardt, who I've never met. The book of Matthew means. or how one reconciles.
Why is the Bible coming up at all?
Sees it with other views on,
It doesn't make any sense.
the topics that are there. I mean, I want to be careful and not suggest what other views are, because I shouldn't be testifying about different perspectives within the sort of the heading of religion. But it doesn't really matter for this proceeding what Mr. Engelhardt's views are,
Still doing
what
it,
Mr.
though.
Kirk's religious views were,
Is that gonna be enough? I
what
think
religious
we're gonna do
views
two
TPUSA endorses, seeks to encourage others to adopt. None of that really matters. There are multiple opinions in this 1102 from Mr. Engelhardt, and it's not clear whether the state is
really more of a
whether it's
finishing
expert
salt,
opinion or lay
but-
opinion. I happen to think that it's expert opinion. It is more
No,
helpful
excuse
to the
you.
trier of fact in this proceeding. That's your. There is nothing in this that can
Oh, it's another
resolve
cat.
with respect to the.
You are
victim
definitely
enhancement,
never going
whether
outside.
Mr.
Orly?
Robinson intentionally
No.
selected Mr. Kirk because of Mr. Robinson's.
We're not barking at that
beliefs or
other cat.
perceptions
That cat's not doing
regarding
nothing
Mr.
to you.
Kirk's political expression.
No.
If the state comes back up here and says, no, it's lay opinion, we still have the question of whether it's helpful to this court. Because the court has to decide whether there is evidence of the target enhancement in the way I think I've structured it. So it's not relevant. It's not admissible lay opinion. It's not admissible expert opinion.
No, not yet.
There are two aspects of Rule 403, one of which I'm prepared to talk about publicly, and one of which I think is appropriately discussed at the sidebar, because it does get into undue prejudice. The 403 here is that
I think I'm gonna make a
receiving
poke
this
cake
document into
tonight
evidence is
with a brown sugar
going to
glaze.
create confusion. It's going to create chaos.
Maybe
Not
with some
by
like
the trier of fact,
cream,
but
cream.
by
What is it? Cream
the
cheese
future jury pool in
frosting.
this case. For this
Oh,
court to
maybe
make
I
a
could even
ruling
do.
that Mr.
I could do
Engelhardt's
flour and
opinions about
cinnamon and
religion,
brown sugar
about
and butter
TPUSA's
and make that, crush that up
views
together and then
on
sprinkle on top when I bake
religious
it, and so it'll be
matters, that Mr.
crumbles. I'm gonna
Kurtz's
make
views
coffee
on
cake.
Religious matters are in any way what this case is about. Is
I
going to
have a
create
pre-made
significant
cake
confusion.
that needs to be made.
And even if this
I would
court
make it from
doesn't
scratch, but I'm gonna turn this into a
show
coffee
the
cake.
1102 in open court, or the reporters who are here don't get to see it, or if the public doesn't get to see it, receiving it into evidence in light of the victim targeting enhancement that the state drafted and charged is just going to create confusion. There may be, outside of this case, litigation where TPUSA's purposes and its mission and its adherence to its mission are important, and Mr. Engelhardt's opinions about that may be important in some other context, in litigation, in public discussions. It's not important here. And when I say important, I'm saying it's not relevant. So there's a 403 issue with respect to confusion. There's a constitutional concern that this type of evidence being sanctioned by the court is going to suggest to the jury pool
So
that this is
fucking
a
good.
case about religion. This is not a case about religion. The state doesn't even allege this is a case about religion.
Very important.
Just
It's
one
sad
enhancement
that
based on
strong women
Mr.
exist in the
Robinson's
world.
perceptions of Mr. Kirk's political expression. So I'm very concerned that this document, even being sanctioned by the court as admissible for any purpose in this proceeding, is going to interfere with Mr. Robinson's constitutional right to a fair trial, which I think is sort of an umbrella over parts of Rule 403. If at the time, if there is a trial, if Mr. Robinson is bound over, and if there is a trial, and if the state wants to proffer Mr. Engelhardt for some specific evidentiary purpose that I'm missing, then we can engage in that. But it seems to me that it's again a mixture of lay and expert opinion, which at this stage is more prejudicial than probative. The other part of the 403 issue we can discuss at sidebar whenever the court's ready.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. Turning to the state.
So in other words, don't make it a hate crime, is what he's
So,
saying.
yeah, real quick, guys. So everybody, I see a lot of people confused with what they're trying to do. The prosecution is trying to put forward a pastor's opinion on why Tyler Robinson unalived Charlie, and they want to tie it to his religious and political beliefs. That's a big deal because this is being held in a extremely religious, conservative area of Utah. And if you can take this in as expert witness that Tyler targeted Charlie based off of his Christianity and his political affiliations, it's going to tug at the heartstrings of the jury in this area. And so the defense wants to make sure that doesn't happen.
Relevant to 2 points. One is to the defendant's motive, which is not an element of defense, but nonetheless is powerful evidence, persuasive evidence. And 2, it is relevant to the victim targeting enhancement, which has been described and appears in the information. The statement clarifies what Turning Point USA, what Charlie Kirk's business was. And I think as you read this statement, it's clear that Charlie Kirk presented both religious and political arguments and positions in his presentations. And
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. It has no relevancy to whether this man gets a fair trial or not.
Others in
What's that got to do with the price of beans in China?
Discussion of traditional family values, Orthodox
What's that got to do with the price of beans in
sexuality,
China?
marriage, gender, sex.
It doesn't matter how Charlie Kirk decided to live his life. That doesn't seem fair.
He often spoke specifically and attempted to persuade attendees to follow a mindset rooted in Orthodox Christian and politically conservative values.
The admissibility of, and I'd ask the court to strike his statements and admonish him.
Amen.
All right. So, as it relates to reading from the actual 1102, because it's not admitted into evidence, I will. Well, before I do that, let me turn to you about the objection to make sure that you.
You want to go back outside?
Rule 104 requires the court to consider evidence before determining its admissibility. How can you determine whether an exhibit is admissible without knowing what it's
look at my living room. Look at my clean house. Look at my pretty living room.
This is why the exhibit is admissible.
Isn't it so nice?
Because it contains this language that is relevant.
I'm so happy.
And probative.
My house is so fucking nice.
Something's relevant and probative without saying this is what the exhibit says.
I literally feel like such a fucking lucky girl.
Mr. Novak. And I want to make sure I do see you have a microphone. Go ahead.
Your Honor is not a jury. Your Honor can look at the exhibit and determine for itself whether it's relevant, whether it meets other criteria for admissibility. It's not necessary for Mr. McBride to read aloud in open court an exhibit which
Hasn't been
one
admitted.
has available to it. I'm not saying that the court shouldn't read it. I'm saying that it's not admissible.
To the public.
I understand that the court has two roles, one under 104 and one as the magistrate. But that doesn't require Mr. McBride to read in open court the exhibit which we are discussing the admissibility of, especially where I have just expressed our concern that the exhibit has a tendency to confuse the issues in this case and create fair trial risks for Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. Any final thoughts before I rule on this specific issue about reading from the 1102 by Mr. McBride?
Yes, Your Honor. I have to be able to argue here. I have to be able to refer to the exhibits. I can't do my job as an attorney without being able to refer to the exhibits. If the court doesn't want this to be in public, then we've got to close this proceeding. But I have to be able to argue the exhibits. I don't know how I can make an argument without actually pointing to the language of the exhibits, unless I want to say, you know what I mean, or referring to line 13. It's just so cumbersome to do, Your Honor. And I think my job and my duty to my client, which is the state of Utah, and to their right to fairness, requires me to make a good and powerful argument. That requires me to refer to the exhibit. And I'll submit it with that.
All right. Thank you to both of you in looking at this. Typically in courts, when evidence is being taken, until it's admitted, it doesn't come in. For example, if there's a witness on the stand and one is trying to get a piece of evidence in, that witness cannot read from the document and prior to it being admitted into evidence. And so the court applies that same principle here. However, the difference is, in noting that Mr. Novak was drawing points from this specifically, he mentioned Matthew, I believe, chapter 19, and talking about certain points in here specifically, there is room for it to be mentioned in argument in order for the court to fully consider what's before it. I'm going to sustain Mr. Novak's objection and simply say, if you want to talk about it conceptually, talk about the points, you certainly may, but simply reading from it exactly, saying, and I understand, I don't want to constrain either party from being able to make their full argument, but quoting from it in open court, I fear does risk issues to the constitutional rights of the parties. If parties prefer to go into a closed evidentiary hearing on this issue in order to be unrestrained, and it appears Mr. Novak has requested that for a second portion of his argument, we certainly can do so, because I do not want to put out evidence that is not admitted in open court until the appropriate time, until the court has gone through its decision-making process on whether it should be admitted or not. So to the parties, if you feel you can move forward on this first portion of it, I'm happy to entertain that argument. If the parties feel at this point, at this juncture, that a closed evidentiary hearing is needed in order to fully explore all the issues, I will leave it to the party, because I don't know your arguments, and I don't want to constrain you from saying, well, I don't know what you're going to say, but I can't read your minds, and the court will stay in its lane to ensure that it's in the proper judicial role. So the objection has been sustained to Mr. McBride in regards to your response, the rebuttal to the argument by Mr. Novak. What is your request?
Yes, Your Honor. I do not believe it's necessary to close this hearing. I would argue against closing the hearing on the admissibility of this exhibit. However, the court needs to rule on that issue before I launch into the fullness of my argument, because I do not want to be admonished for discussing an item that I'm asking to be admitted into evidence in public. So I would ask the court to make a ruling on the closure of the argument about the admissibility of this hearing, so that I can make that argument unconstrained. And after that time, after the court rules on that, I will make my full argument.
All right. Well, what I'm trying to do is
Just told you no, dude.
The reason court. I don't want to constrain you. If you're saying, as you stated, that you want to best represent your clients, and every attorney should be doing that, that is your duty. I don't want, if you feel that closing this hearing to the public is necessary in order for you to fulfill your duty, the court will entertain that. But I can't have it both ways. If you want me to close the hearing in order for you to be fully be able to argue freely as you feel you need to, I will entertain that. But I don't want to say, well, I'm not going to close the hearing, and then suddenly the issue is, well, I wasn't able to make a full argument. And so do you need a closed hearing to make a full argument to best represent your client?
I think defense counsel is asking to close the hearing. so that the argument can be made without the public seeing it. I do not want to close the hearing. I do not believe it's necessary to close the hearing. That's not my motion. I do, however, want to make a full argument that requires me to rely on the evidence and quote the evidence as I have done. That's my position. If I am
Judges already turned that down.
Quote the evidence in my argument, then we need to decide whether or not this hearing should be closed. I would oppose closing it, but I do think it's necessary for me to quote the evidence.
So it's going to be closed.
Are you able to make your full argument to the best of your ability, to best represent your client by simply referring to the paragraphs and to the lines so it is clear to the court what you're talking about?
If I was Tyler Robinson, I would stand up and be like, no, I want it public, because they're gonna fucking railroad him if they make it private. If they can't, the public can't watch this and judge for themselves and then see how the media is lying. They've made it almost impossible for the public to get into this case. They've only allowed 14 public seats. And Don Trump Jr., Erica Kirk, these are the people who are taking up those spots, apparently.
This dude's a struggle busser, man.
No, I don't think so.
All right.
He's playing hardball because he's having a bad day.
All right, I'll hear from you as well. If you would like to come forward, and again, just Mr. Reimer, just stating your full name for the record, for the clarity of the record.
Sure, thank you, Your Honor. David Ryman again for the news media. We have briefed this issue a couple different times so far.
The media's
Sometimes
attorney?
there is a misconception that I think is running, particularly through what Mr. Novak argued, that suppression hearings, because the evidence may be suppressed or excluded, or in limine hearings, need to be closed unless the evidence is deemed admissible. That is the opposite of the law. That has been settled since the United States Supreme Court decided Waller versus Georgia. You can see it in Currents Tribune, which dealt with a preliminary hearing and access to a preliminary hearing where, as you know, and as we've heard repeatedly today, all kinds of evidence is presented at the preliminary hearing that may not be admissible at trial. And so the universe of the public's right of access to proceedings is not limited just to what eventually gets admitted at trial.
Of course you want to say that, you motherfucking skis
And that's
bags.
been, we've cited
The media and the prosecution are working in conjunction to try and get this evidence that has not been verified by the defense as legitimate. They've had no ability to look at the evidence that the prosecution is delivering. The prosecution should be just lying and they could just, someone could have made it on AI and then sent it to them, and then the prosecution's like, oh, I have this evidence. Nobody on the defense was given that evidence in discovery. They just haven't given it to the defense, and now they're trying to make the evidence public during the pre-trial when the defense hasn't even had a chance to go over this shit yet. And they didn't hand it over in a reasonable time. They're supposed to do that during the discovery. You have limits. It's supposed to be fair, but it's not there. It's unbelievable how they are just they're gonna get away with it. They're gonna fucking get away with it. Of course they are. Because they're just gonna do whatever they're gonna do no matter what, and this is all theater.
It's huge, and I can find it for you if you'd like, but I just wanted to correct the misimpression that the public is not entitled to hear argument and to see evidence just because it may not be admissible. Otherwise, we would never have admissibility arguments in public.
Well, then show us on.
And I do want to I'll just make one other point. Currents Tribune also speaks to this, and that is that if you do decide that there's a
I think all evidence should be admissible after the defense has a chance to observe it.
Just because evidence isn't admissible is not a basis to close the hearing. There may be a 403 argument. I haven't seen this document. I don't know what's in it. Maybe there is something incredibly prejudicial. You would have to make that decision. I'm at a loss. I haven't seen it. I'm happy to take a look at it and give you substantive
I'm sure
argument,
you are.
but it's the same high constitutional standard that you have to satisfy. in order to close it. And then the last thing is just on the scope of any closure. Current Tribune speaks, and I know the court is aware of this. If you are going to close it, it needs to be as minimal as possible. And it's my experience, at least, that most of the argument about things in this context can occur in open court. And if you want to have, a closed session or a sidebar, or however, you have also done it in chambers, I just ask that it be as limited as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Novak, it appears like you'd like to respond to that before, and then I'll return to Mr. McBride for any final thoughts, and the court will make its ruling.
Well, I just wanted to mention the Utah Supreme Court decision in State versus Archuleta, 857 P. 2nd 234, where this state's Supreme Court reminds us that the First Amendment right of access is qualified, and that what needs to be carefully judged in light of the qualified right of access with respect to preliminary hearing exhibits, that was the issue in State versus Archuleta, is the defendant's right to a fair trial. So we're in this slightly twilight zone situation where counsel for the media is saying, even if the court has decided that the exhibits are not going to be made available for copying and inspection, and the court may decide that this exhibit is either not admissible or admissible for the court's eyes only, counsel for the media is counseling that the court permit Mr. McBride to read the exhibit verbatim in open court. And that basically defeats all of those principles. So I don't think that's the correct path. Counsel for the media is correct that the court's sealing or closure should be narrowly tailored. And the 403 issue, which we are prepared only to discuss because of the sequencing of things in this case, in this proceeding, we're only prepared to discuss at sidebar, has to do with potential future evidence that the court may receive in this hearing, or it may not. So I'm not going to address other 403 issues in open court. If the court wants to defer this entire exhibit and discussion of it until later in the proceeding, then it may be that part of the 403 argument doesn't need to be at sidebar. And I think we're all assuming that sidebar proceedings in this preliminary hearing are going to be part of the sealed transcript until some later point in time. In other words, it's not sidebar just for the moment, it's because the transcript's going to be sealed. So it very well may be that taking this issue up at a later point in time in this proceeding eliminates the need, from our perspective, for that 403 issue to be discussed at sidebar, or at what counsel for the media says in a closed proceeding. However, I agree with the court that Mr. McBride can't have his cake and eat it too. If he wants to make his argument, and he thinks that his argument requires that he read an exhibit in court, which we in good faith are saying is not admissible, then we need to have a closed proceeding. I'm not asking for a closed proceeding. I was asking the court to caution Mr. McBride not to read into evidence exhibits that are not received into evidence, because that's the same as Mr. McBride testified.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. McBride?
So note, I have not made my full argument on admissibility, that's all.
All right, with the arguments by the parties, this is clearly something that's very important to you all, and is important for this case, as is every piece of potential evidence. I note that Mr. Novak indicated that receiving this could create confusion for future potential jurors. And that he mentioned that it could suggest to a potential jury pool that this case is about religion. However, what is happening at a preliminary hearing is far different than what happens at a jury trial. The magistrate, myself, is the fact finder, and whether something becomes admissible at trial is far different than what is admissible at a preliminary hearing. The purposes are different, the standards are different, and different steps need to be followed. Something could become admissible
left arm.
at a jury trial, but
Hopefully
given
this
the
side
nature
will
of a
be
jury
strong
trial,
one day. My
more
left side
steps
has
are
always been
necessary.
weaker than my right side.
Under Rule 1102, one of the major differences is that reliable hearsay is allowed in a preliminary hearing under the Utah Constitution.
Well, it does matter even if they don't use it at trial, because right now it's public. And if they allow the government to publish fake evidence to the public, and now the public is going to decide what it, that's actually a pretty big deal. And also, they haven't picked the jury yet. This is pre-trial hearing, so there's no jury here. So the jury is still out here, you and me and everybody. So if they allow that kind of stuff to be released to the media, and it turns out that it's fake, or it's been doctored, or it isn't Tyler, or whatever the case may be, then in that case, now potential jury pool, which is the entire world, because everybody's paying attention to this case, at least to some degree. Now the potential jury pool has been, contaminated. Yes. Well, so my shoulders, I have a frozen shoulder. And so the frozen shoulder, like, I'll show you. So if I lift both of my arms up at the exact same way, I can only, before my shoulder just stops going up, it rotates in order to continue going up. I'll show you. So my other side will just go straight up, no problem. But right here is where my other shoulder stops. Now, in order to make my hand go higher, like, I literally cannot, I can't make it do that. The only way I can go up is if it turns like this. So if it turns out like that, then it can go up. It's what happened is my dad sat on me when I was like a month old. My parents were like really big time drug addicts. And my dad sat in his chair. My mom put me in the chair and like went off to do drugs and just like abandoned me in the chair for God only knows how long. My dad came along and just sat in the chair, and he thought it was the cat. So he like rubbed his ass in the chair and was like, "Get out my chair." And then my mom was like, "Frank, the baby." And so anyways, I have deformed rib on this side. So I don't know, you can even see it. This side is round like normal, and this side has almost a 90-degree angle right there. There's like, it goes like this. And because my ribs are deformed, it causes me to have shoulder issues. And what I've tried to fix it for like at least the last like 6 or 7 years. I've been working and trying everything I can think of, or learn new things about the human body and the way that we're stacked like dominoes, and about fascia, and like I've just learned as much as, like, what I've realized is that I have a frozen shoulder and I can fix it. But the issue is that because I've been using, like, I'm 42 years old, and for 35 years of my life, I was just existing the way it was and not realizing that I had a shoulder issue, or that anything was really, I mean, I had a knot in my back that bothered me, and I would have my husband and my sister like, but nothing ever fixed it. And then I realized, oh, it's not actually here that's the problem, it's here that's the problem. But that took years. And then what I know to be the case now is that the muscle that is right here is completely underdeveloped. Look, you see the concave? Like, there's like no muscle there in this little gap right here. And on this side, like, you can see I've got muscles. And here it's right on the ball. So the muscle is like this. There isn't one like that on this side. It's just this part, and it's underdeveloped right here. So it's better now. When you look at it now, it looks totally different than it did a year ago, because now I've actually realized what is going on. And so every single day I have been finding exercises that target that area, whether it be in my car when I'm driving, and I will hold my steering wheel evenly on both sides, and I will pull my elbows inward, and I will, tighten up like that. And I'll drive my car like this. Or I'll force my hand to be like this, and I'll tighten the muscles until I feel it activate here. Or I will hold the steering wheel from the bottom and squeeze up like this, because the upward pressure is what the muscle needs activation more, right here. So it's just completely indented. This one, there's a round muscle that's like under this muscle. And there's nothing under this muscle right here on this side. So I just have to continue to build this muscle up more. And once I build this muscle up, I'll be good to go. But it's been a work in progress. And then what I need to do now is I actually really need to go and have my fascia worked on, but only now that I'm finally hydrated. I've been severely dehydrated for the last 6 years because I've been living in the woods. And now that I'm not dehydrated anymore, things are actually happening where it didn't before, because my fascia is lubricated. Why would you ask that question? That's disgusting.
It's 1102. That is far different than what would happen at a jury trial. Taking this into consideration, I look to the information, going to the very beginning, whether this is relevant. And as noted by counsel, looking to count 1, which is squarely before the court, to determine probable cause at the end of this proceeding. And the court is not weighing in whether it will reach that or not. It's not predetermining anything. But what is before this court, under count 1, aggravated murder, which is a capital offense, victim targeting enhancement, in violation of Utah Code Annotated 76-3-203.14, Sub 2, Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because of Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression. And so, if that was not here, this enhancement, and it also goes to count 2, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury. And I'm just reviewing, and then finally count 7.
By pulling my elbow in and making my elbow decide where trying to raise my elbow
is in play, because that is
it targets the muscle back here that's underdeveloped and the one right here.
This becomes relevant. Now
he just overruled himself.
To determine what is political expression versus religious expression, that goes into different grounds, but at this point, the court finds it is relevant for consideration, and if for the very least for argument. What the court is going to rule is that the need for a closed hearing is not been met at this point, because what needs to be shown is prejudice, or that the exhibit contains inflammatory information that would prejudice the jury pool. That begins the path where we can consider closing the hearing from the public. However, that's not what's before the court, nor has the court heard that. And so the ruling of the court is, previously I sustained Mr. Novak's objection, and the court will expound upon that Mr. McBride in his argument cannot read the entirety of State's Exhibit 5.1. Can he reference points of it, specifically quote certain points? The court rules that he can, just as Mr. Novak pulled from this, and it was broad, but he quoted Matthew chapter 19. He stated that this came from the Bible. He talked about the
going from paragraph 1 where he quoted, or at least drew from, about the Internal Revenue Service, the type of business. And so there is grounds for that to occur in order for the court to consider the argument fully and making the determination whether it is relevant and should be admissible. Therefore, the court rules that Mr. McBride can continue in his arguments in order that the court can make its determination whether State's Exhibit 5.1 is admissible or not.
That's some bull crap.
Wow, he overruled himself.
Why would he?
That looks super inexperienced for a judge right there.
That's crazy.
He basically just got bullied by the other
general
attorneys.
explanation of what Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk's organization, is and was on September 10th. The exhibit describes the events that Turning Point USA holds. Talking about at least 200 plus of these events featuring Charlie Kirk as a headline speaker had taken place by that time. That's in paragraph 3. That these events discussed political issues as well as religious issues. Those political issues in the portion I previously quoted talked about gender issues in particular, gender, sexuality issues, the difference, or the Christian and political view regarding marriage and families and gender identity. And that information is relevant to the motive that we are alleging in this case. And it's also relevant to the victim targeting enhancement, which is in part a motive type enhancement. And the evidence will be introduced through, we will offer evidence through other witnesses that talks about some
If you have body pain, you have to do a little bit of
is,
weightlifting and target the muscles that are bothering you. And then after you do that, maybe a little yoga stretches, you'll be able to pop whatever joint is bothering you and release that
that's
pain.
The relevance of this statement is it
works
shows
so good.
Charlie Kirk.
I'm 100% healing an injury that has been there for at least 20 years. I can remember 20 years ago asking my sister to rub the knot in my back.
Tied to his religious views about gender identity, LGBTQ rights type issues. And the relevance to that is the defendant's motive is that he was on the other side of those views. And you'll see that it talks about that through other witnesses. It talks about that being the inference and the motive that he had, or the inference from that evidence supports that motive, which supports the victim targeting enhancement, and frankly, motive in general, which goes to identity.
Why isn't anybody objecting?
For that reason, Your Honor.
Because his attorneys are in on it. Duh.
I don't see the prejudicial effect, unfair prejudicial effect this would have on the fact finder, whether or not it has, some capability of prejudicing the potential jury pool. I think that's a completely different question. I don't think it does. I think this case has already highlighted the political issues that we're talking about here, and but my job here is to present this case to the court, to you, Your Honor, for you to make a decision. This evidence is admissible for that purpose. Whether or not it's public or published for the public to see is a different question, which I'll submit. The media is very capably represented, and I'll let them make the argument on that point. But I would ask the court to admit this exhibit.
Of course you would.
Mr. Novak.
And the judge is going to rule on it after the show. We just have to have the show first so that they can say
Thank you, Your Honor.
that they did it.
For the state to argue that this exhibit says anything about Mr. Robinson's state of mind should be rejected out of hand. This exhibit does not say anything about Mr. Robinson's state of mind, and that's what motive is, and that's what the victim targeting enhancement adopted by the legislature focuses on, is the defendant's perception. If Mr. McBride wants to propose significant redactions to this exhibit so that Your Honor, acting as a magistrate, can consider things that are narrowly tailored to what the information alleges, which is the alleged allegation is that Mr. Robinson perceived that Mr. Kirk had certain political views. That's one thing. But this document talks, and now Mr. McBride, not to be colloquial, has sort of thrown down the gauntlet. This document talks about foreign affairs, political doctrines, America's founding principles, cultural trends,
Sounds like nothing that
and
we
what
should give a
Mr.
hoot about.
Engelhardt refers to as Orthodox Christian views on sexuality, marriage, and gender sex. So this document goes way beyond what the state just flagged for the entire world is their view of Mr. Robinson's motive, which has something to do with gender identity, gender ideology, and sexuality. That's what Mr. McBride has just said this case is all about. This document goes way beyond that. And that's why it's not admissible. There may, as I said, be other evidence which Mr. McBride and the state want to rely upon, which they haven't presented yet, and Mr. McBride hinted at that. So I think that it's not admissible at this point in time. I don't think it's relevant in the sense of has a tendency to make a fact of consequence more or less true. That's the definition of relevance. So how does this court go from
Milk, butter,
what the state has to establish, which is motive, or well, actually, the state doesn't have to establish motive. Motive is not an element of the offense. But at least with respect to the victim enhancement, according to the legislature, the question is, what is in Mr. Robinson's state of mind? The other thing I want to say is that Mr. McBride did not address the admissibility of these opinions. Now, the court talked about 1102, but 1102 doesn't resolve all of the other rules of evidence. It's just a gateway for an affidavit. So what we have in this document are what I think are purport to be untested expert opinions or at least lay opinions. And the question is, under the rules of evidence, is whether this document is helpful to the court when it makes a determination about whether Mr. Robinson perceived that Mr. Kirk had certain political views.
Oh, I made
So where is
steel
the
cut
evidence
oats.
that Mr. Robinson, in this document, that Mr. Robinson
And
was
it's
aware
brown
of
sugar.
Mr. Kirk's political views? Where is the evidence
And
in
some
this
vanilla.
document that Mr.
Sweetened
Robinson
condensed milk.
had
different beliefs,
Butter.
disagreement with Mr. Kirk's political
The perfect amount of
expression?
butter.
None of that appears in this document. There may be other
It's not like overly powering.
of that we'll have
Overpowering
to
it.
see. But there's nothing in this document which connects up with Mr. Robinson's state of mind, which is the question in the enhancement. And Mr. Engelhardt
So good.
cannot, of course, express
Fill my
any
guts with
opinion about
fiber.
Mr. Robinson's state of mind, because he doesn't know him, and because that would be improper opinion evidence under any rule of law.
The state of Charlie Kirk's mind has no relevance.
For a document to be received into evidence that quotes one very narrow piece of religious doctrine and that involves Mr. Engelhardt's interpretation of what that means. I mean, Mr. Engelhardt at the top of page 2 is basically telling this court what he thinks Chapter 19 means. How could that possibly be admissible in this proceeding? And how could it possibly be admissible for the purpose of this court concluding what Mr. Kirk thought Chapter 19 of Matthew means? So it's not relevant, it's improper opinion evidence. It's definitely overbroad in terms of the evidence the state is proffering to prove a very narrow
One of your laptops is
point.
gonna die.
And it actually doesn't get to that point, which is what was Mr. Robinson's state of mind. It also doesn't say anything that Mr. Kirk specifically said on September 10th that Mr. Robinson may or may not have heard, or anything that Mr. Kirk said before September 10th, specific that Mr. Robinson may or may not have heard. Nor has the state presented any evidence, and as an officer of the court, I would say I don't think the state can present any evidence that Mr. Robinson specifically heard Mr.
Apparently,
Kirk say
this
a
chat
specific
is
thing
saying
at a specific time.
I'm behind like
There
by
are
a little
some,
while, but the chat is watching
statements
live,
which I
and the
think
chat
that
is
the
saying
state
that
will
the
say
judge
are
looks like he's
admissions
freaked out by
by
Erica.
Mr. Robinson,
Is Erica on the
which
stand?
reference Mr. Kirk, which we will get to later. But none of those reference specific statements by Mr. Robinson about specific statements by Mr. Kirk on any specific issue.
Drop-in is where you have environmental DNA that's not inherent to that sample. That's
It can present any evidence, statements by Mr. Kirk on any specific issue
No.
that would even make a piece of this relevant.
No provocation.
I'm pretty sure that I've reached that point where anything more I say, I'm going to be repeating myself, and so I'm just going to stop unless the court has questions.
No provocation.
I don't, thank you. Well, I do have a question as it relates to political expressions. Does religion or gender intersect with political expressions?
I think that's a great question, but probably not a question to be answered by me in this proceeding. That's actually a really, really complicated question that the state wants the court to say is a simple yes.
All right.
Because I don't want to be the expert. I mean, the court's basically asking me to testify. I'm not trying to be flippant. The court is asking me to testify about where religion and politics intersect. And that's a fascinating question. The question here is whether this document, the way it's presented, the way it was written, is admissible under
Only if it
relevance
has to
and
do with the
expert,
direct mindset of the
701,
defendant.
702 rules of
It
evidence.
can't be
to
brought into
prove
evidence
what
if it's the
Mr.
opinion of
McBride
someone else
says
about the victim's
the state-
mindset.
What he acknowledges the state has to prove, which is that Mr. Robinson had a state of mind which was, let's just say, hostile to Mr. Kirk's political expression. And I don't think that this court should be deciding, based on the record before it, where, if at all, politics and religion intersect. I mean, if the court needs to resolve that issue, then the court also needs to resolve the question of which religious philosophy are we talking about?
Boom.
Well, Mr. Novak, I bring you up, you mentioned it, you said you cited directly to the enhancement, you said political expression, and then you went to the Bible
get some kind of
itself,
fruit.
and so
Maybe I'll get
appeared
apples,
to the
too.
court that you put it into place, so I just wanted to get a little bit of guidance from your position, and so that's the reason for the
No,
question.
I totally appreciate the question. I'm not suggesting, Your Honor, that there's a problem with the question. Any question that the court asks is a question that counsel should take seriously. The legislature separates in the statute religion and political expression. The state selected the victim targeting enhancement based on political expression only. Now the state wants to bring, I didn't bring Matthew in, the state is bringing Matthew in through Mr. Engelhardt. I didn't bring the Bible to this courtroom, the state
where I
did.
live.
And that concerns me greatly because the state is turning this into a question of whether Mr. Robinson's views, identity, life are anti-Christian. And that's a huge problem. And the state has created that problem. And this hearing is being broadcast to the entire jury pool. And that's what Mr. McBride just did, is he turned this case into whether Mr. Robinson's life is inconsistent with what Mr. Engelhardt calls Orthodox Christian views. I'm going to just stop right here because I think the court knows what the problem is.
Thank you. All right, anything further before the court makes its ruling? I appreciate the in-depth argument and the argument.
Why are we taking some opinion from a TPUSA pastor to begin with as evidence?
Exactly. Your Honor, I'd just say it provides context for the defendant's state of mind. That's all.
All right, in making this determination whether it's admissible or not, I'm going to start at the beginning, which is this. This is a preliminary hearing. The purpose is to determine whether the state has established probable cause to believe a crime was committed and that Mr. Robinson committed it. As it relates to this case, as I turn to relevance, I turn to the information as previously stated, and is this relevant, what is before me? And without indicating my decision on probable cause, because I am not at that point, I'm withholding all decision-making until all evidence is properly before me. And so in this ruling, it is not indicating either direction that the court is heading. However, the court finds that it is relevant as it relates to the victim targeting enhancement, as it relates to Charlie Kirk's political expression, and the court recognizes the argument made by defense in regards to state of mind. And it is because of both arguments that the court finds that, the court is ruling that it is provisionally admitted into evidence. And at such point when it becomes relevant, based off what Mr. Novak has talked about Mr. Robinson's state of mind about Mr. Kirk's political beliefs, then at that point, whether it is admitted or not into evidence will be decided upon. So as of right now, it is provisionally admitted. Because of that stance, it will not be published to the courtroom or media, but both parties can weigh in on that when this is brought up again, and the request for it to be fully admitted is made by either party. Then the court will re-examine whether it should be published at that time to those in the courtroom and to whether that is displayed.
All right, I'm gonna go take a nap, and then when I wake up, you're gonna come with me, and we're gonna go. Proceed. Hello again.
Well, let us proceed to lunch because it is.
So, anyways, I'm.
The place to stop.
Someone clip that.
Leave everyone.
Yeah, put that in next.
I'm clipping that.
So anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go take a nap, and I'm gonna let my devices all charge. I'm gonna recharge too. And then when I get up, we're all gonna go together to there's like a farm store that I wanna go. I need to get some strawberry plants, and there's like a Tractor Supply or something like that. I can't remember. I'll have to look it up, but there's a place like that I think I can get just tomatoes, and some strawberries. I wanna put strawberries in my hanging thingy. So anyway, I'm gonna go do that. We're gonna go do that together, and then I also have to go to the grocery store and pick up some Post-it notes, milk, butter, dog treats, garlic, apples, peaches, pears, and then I also need to stop by Goodwill and probably, I don't know what's in this town, if it's one or both or what, but there's one of them that's like a thrift store in town that I know for sure. And so I'm gonna go there and see if I can find like either a dryer for super cheap, like $50 or under, and I also want to find shit, I can't remember what the other thing is that I was supposed to look for. I want to to look for bookshelves as well. I need to write that down. Shelves. And also what? Did she tell me to go there and look for? I want to see what their mixers are like. And there's something else. Shelving, dryer. Plant supplies, garden supplies. Alright, I need to go take a nap. I'm hungry. I just ate and now I have to pee and I'm gonna go take a nap. And then also we're gonna be making a poke cake with like a cinnamon brown sugar like glaze that's gonna go down into the holes. And then I'm also gonna do it like a kind of like a coffee cake where you have crumble on top, like a cinnamon sugar crumble or whatever. It's gonna be fire. So stay tuned or tune in later. I love you. Can you? No, I can't say that. It's always you birthday people. You're ruining it for everybody else. Like, I'm never gonna say happy birthday to anybody because I'm gonna automatically assume it's some gay 12-year-old joke. And I don't mean gay like the joke is 12. I mean like you're gay and 12. Okay, anyway, love you guys. Bye. I have to go pee so bad. Love you.